Okay, here we go. It's time for another day of Bobs and Angels. So, this time, once again, we have loud gun turrets, so let me just go ahead and load in. So, this time around, with all of the preparations that we made yesterday, I want to finally try and expand the base out a little bit, because we're a little cramped at this point. There's no way that we're going to be producing in the amounts that we need to get more science going. Oh, look at the bot swarm coming. I guess I was crafting something right before we left off last time. Can't really remember what that could have been. I just noticed all the green circuits are gone, so let me just go poke my nose into that while I'm just talking. So these are running low on solder, it looks like. So I'll check that out in a second. But basically, the goal for today is to massively expand out. Probably spend a considerable amount of time in the beginning here working on military to wipe out probably not like every biter nest on the screen, but like really start ramping up the aggression here so that I can make some big grabs, probably expand way out in this direction, and start setting up dedicated ore processing areas. Because ore processing is really what I'm limited on here, even though I have done my utmost to give myself enough room. You know, there is only so much we can cram into the starter base, and you can see it's already kind of overflowing out this way. So I do want to get a dedicated processing area. Let me like I said, I'm going to go dip down and look at solder. It does seem like it's coming in, it's just not coming in quickly. That's not solder, that's charcoal. Hold on, where's solder? It's gonna be over near lead. Where's lead? Let me just look real quick. There's lead. So here's solder production. Okay, you're running just fine. This... Oh, I guess the bots placed this. That's pretty funny, actually. This literally doesn't have inserters on it or anything, but... let's see what's going on over here. Okay, it does look like we're just limited on 10. This guy's not able to run... Yeah, there's just... Again, it's just ore throughput. We're just limited on ore throughput, plain and simple. So, like I said, right now we're researching mining productivity. As much as I do love that, and I would love to get robotics too, I might just throw some military stuff up front and start trying to expand pretty much immediately. Just noticed we had a research for laser turrets too. I've never even set up the original laser turrets. What are you? It can provide energy from its own grid to nearby buildings. That's really interesting. Really interesting. I'm just reading through this because I've never messed around with this, really. Yeah. And I'm probably not going to mess around with it right this moment either. I would just like to, you know, understand what it is, I guess. But all the same, I'm going to probably bump this military up to the front. Probably throw lasers in here. What is this? What are you used for? Okay, I remember looking at you, that's why you seem familiar. Don't need you right now. Don't really need follow row reports. Not gonna make landmines right now. Laser shooting speed is not terrible. But, maybe throw laser damage on there, but I'll keep it on the... Well, I'll throw it on there, and I need one more thing to just round us out. So what could that be? Maybe substations actually would be pretty nice. What's the recipe for you? Okay, pretty much vanilla. If not exactly vanilla, actually. That mining productivity is going to take forever, but it would also be pretty nice. So I think I'm happy with that queue. And with that being the case, I'm going to go and start setting up some of the things I'm going to need to expand more easily. I've already got grenades, and with Military 3, I'm going to get napalm capsules and poison capsules. Napalm, I'm not sure I'm going to make. They wouldn't be too hard, so I'll consider it. I don't really know at the moment. The rifle's cool, and the sniper rifle is very cool. We'll see which one of those I wind up taking. I'll make them both. But up here somewhere, let's see. Where were the gun turrets? Okay. Which ones are you? You're sniper turrets, okay. Here's the gun turrets. So I am going to research gun turrets Mark III, so I would like to have an area for them before the research has completed at least. And this is... that is more easily said than done, unfortunately. I'm going to take... hold on. Let me take the gun turrets out of you first. And then move you, say, here. So that way I can have you more like that. Okay, everything looks cool. Do I have one of those? Oh, I can just place that myself. There we go. Saves me the weight. Throw those in there. Oh, cool. I guess I could have just put them in here directly now that I think about it, but oh well. No use dwelling on that. And so I'm going to do basically the same thing with this one. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, bots. You're gonna try and bring me all kinds of stuff, but I've already got them. Anyway, I will... how can I worm you in here? I guess I should look at the actual material cost of gun turret 3s first. Yeah, that's not fitting in here, and I don't even have invar anyway, so I guess I should have looked at that first. Okay, I won't be setting that up immediately. Do I even want to set up invar so I can craft those? Like, what kind of bonus do you get from gun turret 3s? Another 20% damage. 10 and 5. What is my gun turret 2? 10 and 5. Okay, so that's unchanged. And then range 20. Yeah, so like a 1 more range. I believe that's 1 tile of range. Shooting speed's the same. I get 20% bonus damage. Like, it's good, but is it worth setting up invar? I don't think so. I think that's too much of a diversion for today. I will set up, or at least handcraft some poison capsules. They're 8 seconds apiece, which is a long time, but I'm gonna have a lot of traveling to do, so that's not terrible. What's in here? You're cool. Aluminum's cool. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna bother with the, oh, what? Okay. That's not great. Okay. Oh, I do. Okay, before I get sidetracked, hold on. I might have to clear some of this science out, because actually I do want a tank. Like, that's actually something that I do really want. So let me remove something. Let me remove, like, laser turret 2s, since I don't even make laser turrets, and let me queue the tank and throw him actually even before gun turrets. Actually, since I'm not going to be able to make gun turrets, I'll go ahead and cancel that as well. I can make artillery, huh? Okay, it's got a lot of blue science leading up to it. Not a shocker. In that case, though, I might actually go ahead and start chipping away at that chain. Just, you know, if I have nothing else going on. Let me actually check on the labs and make sure they are working. Barely. What am I missing? Blue. Okay, well that's reasonable enough. Blue is red circuit deficient. Reds need circuit boards need phenolic boards, and that's probably going to be resin still. We've had some resin issues. Yes, formaldehyde, because... Okay, that's actually running now. Why is formaldehyde empty? Maybe we just aren't producing it very quickly? Like, as long as it's producing, even if it's not very quickly, I'm happy enough with that. So yeah, okay, we are producing, because that'll make this, which will make this, which makes formaldehyde, so... I guess that's fine. Okay, so with all of that being said, I'm going to probably remove you. I don't want assembling machine 1s anymore. We can just get rid of those. I've got plenty of ammo. It looks like I have military science on me for reasons beyond my understanding. Let's just throw you in here. Plenty of guns. Now that I have, okay, hold on. Actually, let me throw some of this junk out while I talk. Well, now that I have personal construction bots, I'm probably going to make a blueprint for a formation of gun turrets, so that they can just pop them down real fast. What else have I got? I've got silicon ingots. That can go in here, I guess. I've got copper wire. That's going to be way over here. I'm just cleaning out my inventory so that we can, you know, give this the best possible shot, basically. 25 left. Can I just fit 25 on this side of the belt? Oh, just about perfectly. Okay, awesome. Copper ore, funny enough. I guess that can go down there. What else have I got? Probably don't need one ore sorting machine. Probably don't need these random batteries. I don't know where those are gonna wind up, but I don't need them on me. I also don't really need the steel ball bearings, but honestly, I guess they can stay. Coal coke. I did actually want to trade out the fuel source for these guys at some point. Though I know, like, you need coal specifically, which makes that a little challenging. So I might just not deal with that for right now. Who wants coal coke? I think someone down this way wanted coal coke. Like, specifically coke. Perhaps I was mistaken though. What are you? I believe you're carbon, yes. Well, if nothing else, I know you want coke, so have at it. Cellulose pulp. Okay, that's gonna be down in the paper area. I think it's just these guys, right? Yeah, there we go. Any other little bits and bobs? Paper. Definitely don't want paper on me. I'm fine with the solid fuel. I'll go put that away at some point. The wood bricks, while I'm down here, I guess I can throw into the train. Well, you're gonna be full, actually. I can just do that, and that's no problem. Anything else that I want? I don't want the puffers on me right now. I don't need you anymore. I don't know why I have accumulators on me, to tell you the truth. A little perplexed by that. Why don't you have power? Who can say? I might need a coal patch before too long. Okay, what else? If anything, what else do I need? I do want tanks, but tanks are going to be blue research, and at this rate, that would be an absolute eternity. Yeah, we're getting a tiny little trickle of blue because I guess oil processing is not working quickly enough. I guess I can throw down another oil refinery. Let me just see where that would even go. I believe I had it... I thought I had it figured out correctly, but I guess not. Yeah, somehow my count was off, which is unfortunate. Oh, I guess I couldn't put the underground there with the box there. Okay, well, all the same, that just means I have to move the box. Oh, that's a lot of oil. That's a lot of residual. Okay. Let's do this. And then... I can do something like that, and then just pick up from over there, and then you can be a diagonal inserter. I still have to actually make the oil refinery, of course, but that's no big deal. I should just have that. Yep. Okay, I have to craft a bunch of steel and stuff, but I can just make that. That's no problem. So, order of business. Like I've said like 3 or 4 times now, I am going to hopefully get military up before I have to go and start fighting what, you know, all these nests around in here and all. Probably expanding to the west a little bit. Might try and claim this land down here for ore processing now that I have cliff explosives and I can and I can automate most buildings that I need at scale. What's the hotkey for personals again? Alt F. There we are. This saves me literally having to place the building. Oh, I put the inserter here even though that's literally the whole point is that you can't be there. Okay. I can still do that though, and that should work. Actually, you can just be normal. Okay. Copy you in, but I do have to move these pipes. And make sure all these connect up. Oh, once again, you're in the way. I didn't plan this at all. Okay. I'll deal with you in a second, I guess. Which is right now. Okay. Now put you here, so everything's connected up. Now I can put this back. Okay, there we go. So you still work. You will need to be like that, but there we go. And all you need is input, and you should just be off to the races. Okay, awesome. Why is that there? That's like the worst place you could be. Don't do that, please. Okay, there we go. Everything can just be okay now. We're good. So hopefully with 2 of those running, we'll get more of the gas products down here, which should lead to more resin being made and more red circuits. But I'm not going to stick around for too long and find out. While I'm waiting for the science to trickle in, I think what I will do is find a nice little quiet place outside of bot range and start reworking some of those rail blueprints I was making earlier. So I have kind of had a change of heart on a design decision that I made earlier involving... where'd they go? These blueprints that I was making. So these are my, like, kind of a typical design that I use whenever I'm going to be laying rails. That's just kind of a very free-form, like, place and forget kind of rail system. But it might be better, especially considering the scale that we're working at with Angels and Bobs to a lesser extent. Mostly Angels is what I'm considering here. But it might do to make a chunk-sized blueprint so that I can copy and paste it more easily. I believe that would be out 3 more. I know there's a keyboard shortcut to get a chunk view in Factorio, but that is never a feature that I use, and to tell you the truth, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Let me see if I can just happen upon it. Nope. Okay, I was just literally just pressing keys. What I will probably do then is just look in settings real quick in controls and see if I can just see what it is. Select for deconstruction cancellation. Yep, okay. Don't know what that means. Alternative reverse select. Wonder what that does. Oh, that's quick bar, that's tools, don't think it's going to be in there. Don't think it's panel. Miscellaneous is a candidate. Gonna be in debug most likely. Okay, I don't actually know which one of those it is, and that's about all the time I feel like messing with it, so I won't worry about that too much. Yep, not even really looking at anything, I just haven't checked statistics in a minute. Thought I'd give it a look. Let me check Blueprint and just see how you're doing. So if I did do that, that is 32 wide, which I believe is correct. So I would just want 32 by 32, but at any rate, that's unimportant. I'm going to drop down 1, 2, 3. I think I'm going to leave 3 rails width worth of space between here. Like so. And then I will give each of these signals at the ends. I'll give them large power poles just in the middle, like so. And I think I will put a RoboPort in the design, but that's going to be a RoboPort every chunk, and I'm not really vibing with that, honestly. I was kind of considering it, but that's just wasteful. So, let's say we take this as an example of a straight rail and just work from here. I would like you to be absolute on a 0, 0 grid, and I want your width and height to be 32 and 32. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't want to mess with the height, though. I think that's probably fine. Let me see how that plays. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. So then, let me turn on personals real quick so they can deconstruct all this, and then we'll have it reconstructed back on the proper grid alignment. Let's just say, like, right there, I guess. The reason being, that way I can then, begin building a T intersection. I don't really know why I had to move it, I guess. I guess I could have just changed the where the absolute grid started, but all the same, here we are now. Let me clear some of these trees just so I can work a little more without issue. And we do have elevated rails. I have no idea at what point they come in. It does seem to be pink science, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, that's quite a path to get to elevated rails, so I'm not going to be... Honestly, I may not wind up using them at all, given that restriction. Because by the time we get to pink science, I will be very, very much set in my rail blueprints, I believe. Anyway, so here is a one chunk, and let's just start laying some rails and seeing where it gets me. Yeah, like that's not quite gonna cut it. Okay, let me revise this a little bit. Let me think about how I want to handle the turns then, because the turns don't neatly fit within one chunk. So maybe turns will have to be 2 chunks wide. Let me grab the blueprint here. I'm still mulling that over. I'm not entirely sure. Not really sure if I'm happy with that, but I'm also not really sure what I'd do if I didn't do that, because the turn just simply doesn't fit. And if it doesn't fit, then what are you going to do about it, you know? So, in that case, let me grab one of you. Just trying to see how I want to fit this in. Yeah, maybe trying to go chunk grid aligned with such a... just trying to ad-lib a chunk-aligned rail system is maybe not a good idea, but at the same time, it could be kind of fun. We're gonna see where it takes me, at least. I do kind of think maybe I should put the rails in the center so that I can get rotational symmetry, because I don't like the way that they wind up in different places depending on how I rotate that. So let me put you there and edit this. So you're at absolute 0, 0, that's correct. Grid position. What if I offset the Y by 16? Negative 16. Too much. Negative 8, maybe? I wish I knew actually how wide you were for real. Maybe we'll try negative 9? Let's, what was that? Grid position and blueprint grid position need to be either all even or all odd. Okay. They do, huh? Well, that's just inconvenient. Yeah, there's an off by 1 here that's really problematic. Yeah, that's really problematic. Okay, what if I go on to straight rail idea number 2 then? What if the blueprint itself is 2 chunks wide? Because rarely am I going to have to do something that spans only a single chunk, I suppose. So let's go for 2 chunks wide and see where that gets me. Maybe I should grab some bricks and plot out exactly what I'm doing. In fact, do I have bricks? I do have bricks. Okay, let me just start there. So here's a 4x4 square. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16. That's a 16 by 16. And then that's a 32. Copy that. And then there is 32 by 32. And then I'll clear these trees up in here. Just so I have a little bit of room to work with. Okay, maybe I'll give the bots a hand. That's going to take a minute. Oh, I'm just out of bricks. Never mind. I am requesting bricks. Yes. So let me just run back into logistics range, wherever that might be. Here we are. And I'll let the bots bring me more bricks. And of course, I am still just killing time for the research to come in. So until that comes in, I've got, you know, I'm not losing productivity here. I'm not going to go and clear all those bases without tanks. So I'm going to just sit here for a minute and try and figure out the rails while I wait. In fact, what do tank shells require? Super easy. Okay, that's literally nothing. I'll slap that together in like 3 minutes once I have it. I can't go ahead and make it, because of course I haven't researched it yet, so it wouldn't allow me to make them anyway. Bricks are on the way, so it claims. Okay, here's the first little trickle of them. Was that... Okay, yeah, that was only like 20, guys. Okay. I kind of thought this would go a little quicker than that. But I'm, you know, I'm dedicated at this point. We'll get there. I guess this is a good time to take a sip of tea. No coffee today. Alright, still 70-something on the way. It does dawn on me, I could have just used the ghost bricks now. There was no reason at all to actually place real bricks. I don't know why it took me that long to realize that, but oh well. Let's see what I can't do here. So using the previous one as my guide, since I know that it's 0-0 based, well, I was messing with that actually. It doesn't really matter. The size is what's important. So this is one chunk. So copying that again will give me 2 chunks, and I guess I'll go vertical. It's just easier. There's just no room. If I do this, then bots from the base will have to fly up and fill in bricks at the bottom, but oh well, whatever. So here's where I'm trying to make my rails. So if I start from here, and go to here. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 rails between. Okay. And then, once again, we'll put power just in the middle somewhere. Hopefully that's not really in the way of anything. I should look at spacing. So if you're flush, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I mean, that was completely arbitrary, but I at least want them to match. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right there. Once again, just for some rail signals on the front and back. There we are. How big is that, by the way? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, more than enough room, but not enough room. I don't think that I could cut it in half. Yeah. So I can't place more signals in there, but that is plenty of room. Then I'll do that. And how does a RoboPort look in here now? A little more reasonable, actually. A little more reasonable. It's hard to get you centered, because of course centered would be where the power pole is. Okay, let's do that. And I think... okay. That actually doesn't work, because even at that range, the RoboPorts wouldn't overlap if I were to lay multiple of these over, because it doesn't actually go over the edge. So... maybe I would actually want something more like this. Let's get a normal power pole down here, and through you here. And then I'll do the same, a maximum length power pole this way, and then get you up here. And that's still, like, a little wasteful, but it should be fine. I'm gonna move you down as far as I can, and then I'll do the same up here. I think I already did, but yeah, okay. That way they're at least symmetrical. They get, you know, good coverage on both sides. If anything, this one actually pokes out a lot more. I'm going to choose not to worry about it. So, if I were to copy this blueprint here, and just do kind of the same deal. So snap, I want an absolute based off of 0, 0. We are 2 chunks that way. And maybe I won't bother with the width. Maybe the width is fine. Like, let's just see what that looks like. Once again, let's pair up all of these guys. And which was the new one? Okay, so we can get rid of you. And then I don't want to dip down into the actual base, so I guess we'll have to come up this way. That's fine. I don't mind that. I suppose I can help out myself. Rail signals in the way. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I think that's just about everything. Just gotta get the last little bits in here. Everyone cool? Everyone cool. Okay. Now, once again, if I grab the blueprint and turn it... Okay, I am at least happy that since I didn't mess with the width when I rotate it, we don't get too much in the way of weird, like, symmetry stuff. I am noticing I'm not super happy with this overlap here. But, let's see if I can't work with that. Okay. Just thinking about how I want to go about this. So let's, yes, go ahead and do that, and then I'll clear all of this. So all of this has to go. And my goal here is... let's undo that. Let's keep that there. Maybe, hold on. Let's put those guys back. We'll pick up you though. Okay. That way, this remains powered. So my goal here is to make a good T intersection. And this, a T intersection does not make. So let's clean all of this little bit up through here, and then start figuring out how we want to connect these. So if I come up, let's say right here, okay, maybe here then. Perfect. That will connect. And then where do you go? Not quite what I'm looking for. So if I'm heading up this way, then I would want to connect into here. So let me make sure I get my connections correct. Yes, right there. If I'm coming this way, actually this connection is wrong. I would want you to connect up into there. Yep, just like that. Perfect. Okay. So if I'm coming this way, then I would also need to be able to turn down. So maybe about here. Okay, the light is in the way, but I knew it would be. There we go. And then the same deal, if I'm coming down from above, I need to be able to turn in that way. That's going to be here. Very nice. And that should be every direction accounted for. I'll have to put signals and all, but first things first, let's get power figured out. I'm a little dissatisfied with part of this. I think what I might do is just move you up here, and then the same thing with this. Ah, you're one off. One off, huh? I can do that. I do still need a large power pole down this way, but that is no consequence. Grab that, move you over there. Okay. So that's figured out. Let's craft some signals and get some signals placed down. Oh, I guess I have plenty of chains. So this is a regular rail signal, that's fine. This is a regular rail signal. I don't believe that's fine. Yeah, you will have to... I might even just take a signal off of you entirely. I think. Yeah, and then I'll do chain signal here. Just because there's not enough 4 or 5 cars here, so whatever rail signals after this will have to be clear for this to be clear. But then, of course, chain signals leading into it. So that one will have to lead into it, and this one will have to lead into it. This one coming up. Similarly here. And there. Then coming down, we'll have a chain signal here, here, and here. next one coming around this way, we'll need a chain signal there. And I suppose since this isn't 5 cars long, all of these output directions will also need their own chain signal, and then I'll be removing you. And I guess having an incoming rail signal doesn't make sense. The straightaways should have their own regular rail signals, so I'll be removing those. Which does simplify the ends a little bit. I'm not unhappy with that. I just hope it doesn't bite me later. So, this coming in, stops, splits, goes there and there. We do need a chain after they recombine. Similarly, let's see down here. So before you split, you need a signal. After you split, you have a signal. On this side of the split, you want a signal. And between these sections, you want signals. Just to keep these sections nice and tidy. As we're coming down before the split, after the split, good. As we're coming down this way, there's no room to signal anything. You're unhappy, I guess I'll just take you out. Yeah, that all seems good to me. Have I missed anything? I don't see anything. I do wish I could get this one in here, but I guess that doesn't really do anything. Not really that important. And hopefully this smallest section of track is not going to become a source of congestion. If so, I think I have bigger problems somewhere else. Yeah, let's just see what that plays like. I'll take a blueprint to that. And as I did before, this is going to be the T intersection. And you'll be aligned to 0, 0, just like your predecessor. Why are you a little off? Like, if I grab you, let me turn off bots for just a second. If I were to put you here, and then grab the T intersection, why do you not align? You can tell that this is not a part of the game that I interact with very often. Why are you strange? I don't know. Okay. Does that mean you're strange? It does mean you're strange. Okay. So let's try that again. I grab the regular rails, put you down somewhere, and I grab the T intersection, and try to put you down somewhere. You don't fit. Well, that does pose a problem. Okay. What size are you? 54 and 64? Let me see if I can brute force this. No, that doesn't make any sense. 54 and 64. It is a shame that this isn't bigger, and I'm wondering if it would make my life easier if I just extended this an extra 5 rails just to make it the same width and height. Oh, hey Claire, I just noticed I was kind of locked in for a second. I don't think absolute alignment will work without being square or half a square. Your T needs to be centered the exact way as your straight if you want them to overlay. Yeah, this isn't really something that I mess with very often, so I'm kind of figuring it out on the fly. Which, as it turns out, is maybe not a great idea, but I am trying to figure it out. So, let's say I do... Let's say I do extend this just an extra 5 pieces of rail, just to make it a square. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something I mess with too often. Okay. Well, I feel like I'm in good hands then. I've mentioned before, I think it was last time you were here actually, how I have a funny relationship with blueprints, because I don't use them often. It's kind of the fiddling with things and messing around with things that I enjoy in games like this. But then every so often I do wind up in a position where I'm just like, I really do wish I had that, you know, I really do wish I'd actually paid attention and just recorded what I did last time. That would save me a lot of hassle. So if I am going to be doing this anyway, I wonder if I shouldn't just move this robo part. I do wish I could tell exactly where this was. Okay, so right there. Okay, that's pretty much perfect. So let's do that. I might be able to get some actual rail signals on here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can. Which means... not a lot, honestly. I guess I can make this a standard rail signal. I have made far too many absolute aligned rail pieces. See, I think it's fun, and that's my motivation for doing this right now, is I'm waiting for science. Science is dead right now anyway. I'm actually concerned that there's 0 science. Let me just sidetrack for a quick second and see why. Base mineral oil. What? Hold on. Have I screwed something up? I believe I did. Where is base mineral oil supposed to be? You no longer have your underground pipe somehow? Okay. Well, that's taken care of. How did the science change go? I had completely forgotten, actually, that the recipes for red and green science have changed. I guess I'm probably not... Yeah, I'm not even producing red and green science. I'm literally just working on my backlog. That's how slow blue science has been coming in. That's kind of hilarious. I guess that is something I'm going to have to address soon. But, maybe not right now. Like, literally until you just mentioned it, I had completely forgotten that they changed the recipes there. That's funny because you learned it from me. Yeah. Well, someone in Discord was talking about how the recipes had changed, and I was wondering... new contents, yes. I was wondering if they'd installed some other mod that was interfering with it somehow, or if there just actually been a change, but... No, as it turns out, there just actually was a change. Why are you offset in a weird way? What are you doing, man? Hold on. Let me just make a new blueprint for you. You seem strange. You're also offset. Okay. I don't know why that's the case. That's 80, not 8. But, okay, that's fine. Once again, let's just call you T-intersection, I guess. Playing again from the start? I guess that depends on what you mean. I am playing from the start, like, I have played... I'm not really sure what you mean. Like yeah, I started a new game at the beginning of the month, yes. Oh yeah, and a name. Let's just call you Interception. Okay. And I'm just gonna ignore that one down there. And get rid of the old one, wherever you are. Why do you have tiles? I don't want tiles. Save you. Which one? You are the same blueprint. Why am I confused? Wait. Okay, I've gotten too sidetracked while I'm doing things. Let's just get rid of all these messy blueprints. Get one clean one. Science change was easy, but so glad it wasn't that way when you started. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling... Oh, did I snag rails on the top? Let me be careful not to grab those. I'm pretty glad as well that I got the easy start as it is, because the new recipes aren't bad now. They're not bad at, like, mid-game level, but starting out, they're definitely more expensive. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Anyway, let's see how that goes. Okay, I did do something wrong because the rail positions change when I rotate it. Oh, I'm happy for tips. Like, I know how frustrating it is to watch someone do something and they're doing it wrong and you're like, no, you just do this. So, I like if it was something that mattered, I would want to figure it out, but I'm just making rail patterns while I wait for science right now, so it ain't no big deal. I definitely noticed that the flag here is too low. But if I raise it, then the rail edges would be weird. Hated this part of learning alignment. Yeah, it's not working very intuitively. I kind of thought this would be something I could just whip out real quick. I do want to look down at science real quick and just see. Okay, so oil's running again. That's cool. Is blue running at all? There's no blue because there's no red circuits because there's no boards. And there's no boards because... Oh, wrong setup. Okay, full on paper. Yeah, there's just no resin. Maybe it's just slow? I'll just assume it's slow, whatever. You gotta pick a square if you want things over the straight part to fit properly. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. What I'm mostly confused by... Oh, let me get out of map view there. What I'm mostly confused by is when I come in here and go... Let's just say new contents, right? And then I select the... Oh, let me not get the rails on the top. When I select that, and then turn off tiles... Okay, this one, strangely enough, has grabbed everything correctly. And if I save you, and bring you out, then right now these rails on the center do connect, but if I rotate you, the rotational symmetry is off. So I can tell that something isn't correct. I'm just not quite sure what it is. Because I'm pretty sure these are central, unless I'm just stupid. I just realized I might be able to answer my own question. Maybe these just aren't in the center. Let me actually count instead of just assume. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm just one rail off somehow. I did purposely pick an odd number so that I could rotate around the center. Rails are 2x2 grid, and it's very easy to misalign with that blueprint. Okay, in that case, I may have been mistaken from the beginning. Maybe I actually need an even-spaced gap? So... Okay, let me try an even-spaced gap then. Oh, gotta remember to actually turn bots back on. I guess I can actually help out here too. You're doing chunks like you said, then yeah. Okay. Okay, as long as I'm on the right track, that's all that matters. You live and learn. Let's grab all that. This is not typically something that I do if it isn't obvious. It's just I don't know, there's something about playing big packs like in Angels and Bobs or something, where I feel like a lot of people get overwhelmed by the complexity and want to fall back on, like, old comfortable patterns, whereas I'm kind of the opposite. I'm like, okay, none of this makes sense to me anyway, let's just experiment and see what happens. And sometimes that works out, and sometimes you have to rip something down, and that's perfectly fine. So with this, we want 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I had a 3 wide gap before, I guess I want a 4 wide gap this time. So right here. And then drag that up. Which does make it harder to get these things. Oh no, it should be easier actually, since these are... Well, this is even sized at least. This is an odd size. But... yeah, that works. That works perfect. And then same deal, just move everything over 1. Yeah, okay. And once more, we just... well, I guess I need to recreate this blueprint. One thing at a time. So... light goes in. Gotta take these signals off and put the regular signals on. So, just like this. And delete the old one. Should probably also delete this guy up here. There we are. And this is just straight, I guess. Snap absolute. 0, 0. And let's say 64, and then I'll center you, kind of. Oh, negative. Maybe 16 then? Okay, let me just throw random numbers in and see what happens. That's no good, don't like that. How's 0? Actually, 0 is fine for you. How's 32 here? A little too much. Okay. That's perfect. So, rip you out. You know about shift-clicking for the flag. Oh, is there an easier way to set the flag? Because, again, I don't often work with grid-placed blueprints, so no, that's a new one for me. If I duplicate you just so I don't mess up the original one, then... oh yeah, look at that. That would make that a little easier, I guess. Delete the old key intersection. And then, let's get this down. Let's say like there-ish. Ah, so you can drag it. Okay. I keep steadily, somehow finding myself clearing out more and more of these environmentals. I'm not really sure how that works, but every time I nudge things just a little bit, the grid's just a little off again. Hold shift and click and you can move it around. Oh yeah, that's a lot easier. Okay, so there's my straight, and if I rotate you, good, the rail's still lying. Some of the roboports and all are whatever. I don't care about that, I just want to make sure the rails are correct. And so then... yeah, let's say... I have a rail here, and a rail here, and I need them to connect. Guess I can help place some of these. There we go. I'll even put you down there. Since that's where I prefer you to be. There we go. Okay, charge up. There we go. Think you got it now. Okay, we'll see. I like the confidence. We'll see what happens. Let's start just a little more of this stuff in the way right here along the path. And once again, so we're coming in this way, so we want to hook around to the left. There we are. Or we want to go down, which is that way. This one here is the outgoing, so that would be coming in this way and turning. I think that reaches? Yes. Or coming down from here and turning that way. Okay. Nope, I have two paths leading in this way. That's not quite right. That's because this one's placed wrong. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Clear out just a little more down on this way, and then let's get some of these rail signals placed. Coming in, chain, and after merge. Let's do the same down here, there. I'd like to be able to get one in the middle there, but that usually gets confused, so let's not do that. Tried figuring this stuff out alone when I'd never actually used trains before. It was hell. Yeah, I consider myself pretty good at trains, but not blueprints. The trains themselves I'm okay with, but trying to figure out that whole mess with the blueprints and trains all at the same time, that sounds pretty rough. Okay, so now coming this way, so before the split, after the split, and there, and after merge, let's say here and after. Is everyone okay? Okay, now everyone's okay. Let me zoom out. I don't see any blinkies, so we should be good. Okay. So this is a long stretch. I can probably get a an actual rail signal in here. So let me find where that would be. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To just butt you like right up there. Then I'll reciprocate down here if possible. Yes, wonderful. Okay. And then this. This is not quite right. Yellow block on the X. I'm not quite sure what that means. You're not, right? I think that's correct? Yes, okay. So let's just see what this gives me. Signals for the T. Ah, okay. Yeah, I could fit something else in here, probably. Good catch. In that case, I could reduce that a little more, but I think that's probably fine. That's signaled pretty well. I don't think anything's getting stuck in there, at least. There's a billion chain signals in there. If there's anything within 100 miles of this crossing, the trains freak out. Okay. So this is, of course, too big, but let me see where 64 would get me. Okay, 64 would stop right around there. Just after the Roboport. Am I happy with that? Let me just see what this would do. I'll leave that there. If I... Oh, of course. Hold on. Here we are. Now let's actually get rid of all this on the outside. Okay. So, if I cannot build over deep water yet. Let's just force place that. And then if I were to grab the straight rail, do you line up? You do at least line up. You line up on top. You don't line up on top. Okay. That is what I was worried about. Did I do anything weird with you? Well, you are grid position -2. Oh, which does mean I erased a little too much then. Well, that's fine though. I can just replace that. Does that actually change anything though? Like if I put you here, do you... Okay, that part lines up, but that part is about exactly half offset. Okay, I can deal with that. I can deal with that. That just means I need to offset you. Didn't erase enough, really. I'll catch up with you eventually. I'll see what you see in due time. Perhaps that part you might be talking about, but I'll find out. I'll find out. Okay, let's get rid of that. And so, I'll put you there. Then grab my straight. Okay, the straight doesn't line up with you, but it does line up with the horizontal. So I am still off from the straight by... Hold on, let me actually look. Looks like 1, 2, maybe 8 tiles? Place the 64 box as if it wasn't a T, but only the up and down. Okay. Okay, I think I see the vision. I'm not entirely sure where that would... Okay, it's just got to be in the middle. That makes more sense. And then this whole edge would get trimmed, and I'm perfectly happy to do so. I am going to actually change your icon so I can tell them apart now. Okay. I don't even know what that was, actually. I've never gotten a confirmation like that. Anyway. So if I put you there, then you line up. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. I don't think the Roboport ranges overlap. That's hard to tell. They might just touch. No, I don't think they do. So I will have to add a Roboport to the T, but I believe that is perfect. I guess it was a minute ago. I was just caught off guard, like I was doing something wrong. I'll just put you, like, here, really make sure that you reach. And then... select new contents. Oh, I haven't done the signals on you, have I? No, you're not properly signaled or anything anyway, so... let's actually get you built. Why are all my robots gone, I just realized? Or rather, why aren't they doing anything? How am I out of rails? I thought I brought quite a few rails with me. I'm suspicious of that, but okay, whatever. I guess that's fine. I'll just deconstruct the rails down here then. Okay. Once again, I guess I'll give them a hand. And then, tanks are over half done now, so I guess while I've been, fooling around up here, that's, at least been doing something in the background. And I do have to, like, I gotta keep it in the back of my mind that those science recipes did change, so I do have to go and change those when I am done here. Oh, quick little hack for anyone who ever gets annoyed by robots that have to charge for forever, is if you're standing here, let me just wait for them to, actually, they're doing pretty well. If you just pick them up, they just instantly charge. Like, all these guys come in and just blink, off we go. Okay, so let's finish up these signals. Once again, get trees out of the way. Like, for example, I don't know that I'm happy with these on the ends here, so I think I will probably just get rid of those. All the other, like, the chain signals should still be fine, so I set those up. Those should be good. I do want to get all the rails placed to make sure they aren't blinking or anything. I would help them out, but there's only, like, 4 rails over here. Yeah, there they go. There. And is there anything left? Oh, there's a little left over on this side. Okay. Let's get these last little bits placed in. There we go. Okay, everything looks good. So let's, I don't think I've changed anything, but I will update the blueprint just one more time and make sure that it's finalized. Okay, I did take the signals out. Question off the top of your head, do you have any idea why you have the new textures for copper, iron, steel, while mine are vanilla? Synced with the new save and it just doesn't work. You do have the new science recipes, correct? Like, you are up to date and everything? Other than that, like, that's just a wild guess that doesn't even really make sense, but I can't really think of anything else it could be. Like, I'm trying to think, if you didn't have the texture mods, then it just wouldn't work at all. Could it... I don't know of an option buried in settings somewhere, but maybe you have some sort of, like, old texture settings? This is before that. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I would think that would be a pretty cut and dry thing, like it would either work or it wouldn't, so the fact that you can play it, but you have different textures is fascinating, honestly. Hmm. Well, I'm assuming you probably don't have any quality of life like, texture tweaking mods. Those would be the first suspects, of course, like anything that tries to, like, Ultra 4K upscale things or something. Yeah, like, it certainly doesn't make it unplayable or anything, but, I don't know. That's a good mystery to sink your teeth into, so you got me curious now. Like, see, where I have a little bit of modding experience myself, not so much in Factorio, but I have a fair amount of experience in Minecraft modding. And so now you've got that, like, modder part of my brain going off, like, I wonder what could have caused that, you know? Oh, there was a rail in there, so it won't get the tiles. Let me, grab you. Okay. So, no obvious culprits then, just, rate calculator and factory planner. I don't know. No, like, alien biomes or something? Okay, just about done with this. And then... Okay, everyone pile in. Dog pile. And there we go. So, let's go deal with science. I will just pick these up myself. Okay, let's go deal with the science changes, because for all I know, I'm sitting here waiting on science now, and blue science might actually be working, while the other sciences are dead. Nope, still a long backlog. Okay, didn't even need to bother. Well, I'll get it changed anyway. So you now need basic circuits instead of copper, so I can actually get rid of this weird filtering thing I was doing on copper entirely now. And just pick up all these plates. Try not to pick up the gears, but oh well, whatever. Guess I'll just pick up everything. Need the gears anyway. Now where can I get basic circuits from? Where do they even exist? Okay, they're over here at inserters. I guess I can just split right here. Oh my god, there's so many bots. Like, this is terrible and no good, but it should work. There we are. Yeah, all good? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let me just make sure. Yes, that's red science taken care of. And let's go ahead and upgrade these assemblers. Same with the greens. And you still take belts and inserters, you just want electronic circuits now. That's actually considerably harder. I don't even make that many green circuits, honestly. Oh yeah, there's a setting for artisanal reskins that says reskin items and fluids, and it is on. Okay, well, I'm willing to bet that's probably the problem. So, you are not producing due to a basic electronic shortage. Because you have no tinned wire. What? Uh, why not? No tin. No tin. Why is... Oh, you are backed up on silicon. Okay. Why is silicon backed up? Really? Really? That's, I can't even tell you how surprising that is. Okay, I guess I just start putting silicon into boxes again. I'm cool with that. Just flip the condition again, I guess. But the skins I don't have are the artisanal skins, I think. I mean, I'm certainly not going to say that is the problem 100%. But I would say it's probably easy enough to find out. You just toggle it off, see if it fixes the issue, and if it doesn't, you throw it back on. Okay, well, I have molten tin coming in again. Even if not a lot. Are you keeping up with how much ore is coming in, or is this just backlog? Hard to tell. I think you are keeping up with that, so let me see if I can't upgrade these guys. I don't think I have those in the system, but let's just see. I need... Yeah, okay. I'll just handcraft them and let the bots take care of it. So that's a induction furnace 2 and a blast smelter 2. And whenever I've crafted those, I'll just throw them in the trash slots and let the bots go place them somewhere. In the meantime, I do need to route green circuits all the way back into green science somehow. No, it did not give me the textures. Here's hoping turning it back on does. Well, that was my best guess, is that, you know, if you had something that was purposely tweaking textures, that would have to be it. But if that isn't it, then I don't really have a next best guess. I'm going to do that and then split from maybe here and just start running over to green science, which again isn't the way I would have built this originally. But I think this is... I think I can be forgiven for a quick and dirty fix to a sudden surprise recipe change, you know? Recipes don't often just change in the middle of the game, so I think I can be forgiven for this abomination. So, in you go, in you go, in you go, and you just all get to be longs. Not that you're gonna have too much green circuits to pick up to begin with, but at least you'll have some. And some tin does seem to be making its way back up here again, fortunately. Oh yeah, I guess I can just replace these myself now. There we are. Okay. And that should go a little faster. If anything, I'm a little afraid that's going to starve out solder over here. But I do only have one inserter picking up for it anyway, so maybe I'm... Oh, there are two. Okay, never mind. Oh, look at that. Since I upgraded this one, I had a free induction furnace 1, so they just went and placed that as well. That's pretty funny. Wonder if they'll come and place this blast furnace also. Oh, actually, they placed this one. Which is kind of inconvenient. I'd actually much rather them just put it over here. Yeah, there you go. And then let's get some power up here. Just might as well. And, once again, get some power. And then I should be able to support all of this with relative ease. At least it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so you're producing again, cool. You guys are producing, yes, good. I am occasionally... Oh, there were tanks. Okay, so we've got tanks now. Let's go set up tank shell production, and then I can start clearing out those bases. Where even am I? Okay, so shells are going to be up this way. Just because this is where my explosives are coming in. Let me do this. There we are. And tank shells. So that's going to be steel and explosives. So, I guess I can do something like that without too much trouble. And then explosives can just go like, or not explosives, but tank shells can just go like here. And then bring the steel over this way. I do need plastic, I think, actually. Let me actually look at the recipe instead of just going off of memory. Where on earth are tank shells? There you are. So, yes, they do take plastic. So, steel, plastic, and explosives. I'll worry about plastic in a second, because that one's not going to be... That one's not going to cooperate very much, so we'll do the others first. There we are. Okay, now we have to do plastic. That was fast. Did you find the answer? Is that one... It really did work once you turned it off and turned it back on. It was that simple, huh? Or, I say simple, it was that nonsensical, was it? I believe these are irregular. Swore did not see the reskin stuff in the mods, my save. But nope, there they were. Okay. That was it. Well, hey, I'm glad you found it. I mean, it's good that you were able to figure it out. Do that. Put that there. And plastic is an intermediaries, probably. Nope, probably petrochem. Yep, there you are. Okay. So we have to find liquid plastic down on the bus somewhere and get it just up. Just up. Here seems like a good place as any. Let's flip that around and just start traveling up. Is that okay? Not really, but it's not... It could be worse, too. I really hate how that worked out. Yeah, whatever. Okay, there's plastic, and, there we go. Let me pick up those explosives on the wrong side of the belt and just toss them in there. Oh yeah, output would probably be a good idea. So let's get those in, and I don't want you to fill with like 100 billion, so let's logistics, connect, and not artillery, cannon shells. I don't really know what a sane number is. Let's say 200 for now, I guess. 200's probably fine. And then I have to actually make the tank. So I'm going to request some engines. Let me actually see how many engines I need. Once again, I feel blind. Hold on, I will find it. Maybe tanks aren't in here. Oh, I can make the crawler construction vehicle. I did want to see what that guy is, but now's not really the time. There is tanks. Okay. I need invar. I need invar for tanks? Oh, I'm so disappointed. I mean, I'm not gonna stop now. I've gotta go make it. I just, okay, it's no big deal. I just need nickel and steel. Nickel and steel is actually really annoying. Not gonna lie. Um, let me go see how steel's doing. Let me see if I need a new steel setup or if I can steal steel. No. Steel is actually not holding up very well at all. So I'll definitely want... I might even just want more steel for steel. Oh, these are blast furnace 1s. Let me just upgrade these. Not that not that I think I have the iron ore coming in to support that, but I might as well. Yeah, there we go. Once I have requester chests, I'm going to be so happy when I can automate these buildings. I realize I could just go and expand them all and do all the weird, like, ingredient stuff and all, but it's not worth it for buildings you need, like, 12 of. I guess I should probably go ahead and make a couple more of these while I'm here. Oh, while I'm handcrafting stuff, perfect time for a drink. Okay. Let's see. Let's grab you. And... I guess this wasn't really well thought out here. I'll just pick you up for now. These guys got upgraded, that's what I cared about. So... yeah, we're definitely limited by ingredients now, not smelting speed. Assuming we were even limited by smelting speed before, but... at any rate, I guess I need to go set up another smelting area. We're at the edge of Roboport range, funny enough. So let's, do we have any large power poles anywhere nearby? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. That's fine then. Let's see, how far can I string you out? Right there, but I do need another Roboport up above, like right here, to keep connection happy. So let's get some power over to you, and I'll have to move you once I actually have stuff in place, but for right now, I just want robots. There we are. So let's get the spacing correct here. So we have our input, then we have our gap, and then we have our next input. What happened here? Okay, that's correct spacing, because then belt, or inserter, belt, gap, new belt. Okay. That's cool. That's good. Yep, blast furnace. Of course, the power pole's in the way. Let's drop you down. And then... there you are. And then leave room in the middle. Yep, all cool. And then one of you has to be steel, which is actually a multi-step process, and then the other one has to be nickel. I believe you're nickel right here. No, you're zinc. I do smelt nickel somewhere, don't I? Maybe I don't smelt nickel at all, actually. Like, you're zinc, yeah. Do I just have nickel going in a box? I still just have nickel going in a box. Okay, this is good timing anyway. I'm on, my last couple boxes, so I guess I'll set up nickel and invar? At any rate, I do need more, oh, I need ingredients, actually. The bots have to make quite a journey down down all this way to come and get the bricks, so I can't blame them too much for taking a while to get here. Actually, I might do something kind of funny since they have to go all that way, and just do like a random roboport kind of out here in the boonies. Just so they can charge up at least. Best tech support hack is to exhaust all options, ask someone who knows better, and immediately be able to find the answer on your own. See, the thing is, I feel that on a deep level, but that's for anything in life. That's even just like looking in the fridge for the ketchup and it's right in front of your face. Like, any problem can be immediately solved as long as you just ask someone else for help. Like, immediately you're able to figure it out. I don't know what the psychological explanation there is. Like, maybe, like, you're freed from the stress or burden somehow by doing it, but it's absolutely true. Another couple of those, which means, more bots. We'll have to make the long trip down, but better them than me. Let's go ahead and turn off personals for a minute so that I stop picking up 10,000 wood. Not that I guess it matters too much. Let's get recipes. So, steel first. Actually, iron first. Alright, that's why I needed 2. I would love to use this recipe here for processed iron, but like I said earlier, kind of the whole goal of today is to build out a better smelting area, and to build out a better smelting area, I have to take land, and to take land, I need a tank. So, temporarily, we're making do. Okay, so that's good. And then you need to be nickel, which is carbon monoxide and nickel. Okay. Do I even have carbon monoxide? I'm not entirely sure. I know I have carbon dioxide. I'm not sure I even have a store of carbon monoxide. Let me see what makes it, and that'll tell me. Carbon and purified water. Chrome. Reverse water gas shift. Okay. I don't have that recipe. What? Yeah, I'm not getting that anytime soon, though it does seem helpful. Okay, so that's chrome processing. Okay, so yeah, I don't make carbon monoxide anywhere else, so I will have to use this carbon and purified water recipe then. For all the jokes I made about not leaving space, I did leave space for smelting stacks, and then I put a rail right through the area it needs to expand into. Ow. I feel that one so hard, because I'm generally pretty good about leaving room for smelting, but what I didn't leave room for was chemical processing. I built my train right in the middle of where everything needed to be. This train isn't even built yet, so when I have a natural gas train, it has to come in here, somehow. So I'm just doing my best not to build any more things in the way of the train station. Does anything else need carbon monoxide while I'm looking at this? I will eventually, it looks like, so... Okay, I'm not gonna bother storing it yet, but I will build it in such a way that I can store it later. I do need purified water, though. I don't have purified water anywhere near here. That's terrible. I do have carbon right here, fortunately. That part's easy. I guess I have to go grab a line of purified water and bring it down here. I don't have purified water really anywhere near here, I don't think. Like, what do you think? Yeah, you're saline water. Purified water... Yeah, okay. Hold on. Ah, I do have a line of purified water coming down. With this map only having 10,000... Yeah. That problem is having too much of it without... Exactly. Like, when I started running out of Stereotype, I was kind of panicking. I was worried about having to expand well before I was ready to. And as it turns out, I have so much copper, I have to bypass it. And I have this stack of furnaces here still smelting iron directly. There's purified water. Let's just... I can actually pull from the bottom of you. That makes this a lot easier. Of course, I put a power pole right there. And of course that doesn't connect. Okay. These power poles are trying to kill me. I will persevere. Okay. Oh, my Bobmonium miners are empty. Wow, okay. I will need to address that in, like, very soon. That's really unfortunate, actually. How am I possibly getting you out of here? Okay, let's do that, and then find somewhere to put this junk. Yeah, there you go. And... yeah, sure, good. Where can you reach? Okay, fantastic. Unfortunately, now we're into this mess. That's fine. I'm actually way too low. I shouldn't be down here at all. I'm going to pick up what I've done so far, because I'm actually way undershooting my target, and I don't want to be in this mess an instant longer than I need to. Which means actually all of this horribleness can be undone, and I can shoot from, like, up here somewhere. Where am I trying to get to? That's actually right here. That's not bad at all. That's, like, pretty much where I am, actually. Purified water. Yeah, I can just shoot, like, right on this level, I think. Let me try and find a mostly clean space. That's easier said than done. Okay, this row is pretty okay. Let's aim for, like, that row right here. Okay. So, I've done worse things, but I've done better things than that. The great thing is, we don't have to look at it anymore. Ah, one short, really? Stealing the smelting saf idea right now, I mean, I knew it was an option. Yeah. It's... right now I'm backed up on iron somehow, I don't even know, but I put it off for too long, honestly. I should have done it sooner. Okay, I can just underground one of these belts, and that's fine. Yeah. Is that the right line I wanted to hit? It looks pretty good. Sure. That's fine. Good. And okay, yeah. Now we can just run it up until here. Then we have to wiggle down just a little bit, but fortunately there's this little 3-wide block that is perfect for doing so. And then we should be right here. There we are. Perfect. Okay. Actually, you don't need purified water. I needed purified water to make carbon monoxide, but that's fine, because I wanted to make carbon monoxide down here. Logistic spot, go away. Melter. There you are, liquefier. How do I have so much stone on me? How did that happen? I'll have to deal with the slag later. And there you are. Okay, so I've got carbon right up there. I don't want to be in the way of stuff, but let's not stress about it. Move you down. And there we go. Now let's split carbon actually down, which is odd, but that's what we're doing. Carbon monoxide. And in you go. A little to the right would be good. I've actually already got the pipes there. How am I gonna get you in there? I guess that works. Purge you. And in you go. Okay, that wasn't awful. I still need to get the ore over here, but oh well, I've done worse things. So we'll connect up right there, and then bring iron ore up this way. You need fuel, and you need ore. And then we also need zinc, but I'll worry about zinc later. Zinc should be relatively easy. The iron ore, though. Iron ore. That one's not my friend right now. So honestly, if this works... Oh, that is perfect. Okay. How can you be mad about that, you know? And here's the nickel. So that's gotta come out this way. I think I'm gonna have to turn you down one, and then the iron the same deal, and then escape them this way. Still don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, so I can rework this belt a little bit. There we go. And dump you in there. That way I can just underground again, and that is another perfect fit right there. Okay. So there's iron, and by extension, nickel, figured out, because the nickel can just run directly underneath it. No big deal at all. And then how much further? A little bit. Not like forever, but a little bit. I don't really like how tight these belts are getting, but at this point, what can you do, you know? Oh, that still reaches. Okay. Kinda thought that wouldn't reach anymore. Pleasant surprise. think I just picked up a logistics bot. I'll have to free him in a moment. There you go, buddy. Be free. Okay. Copper gets underground this time. There you are. And then iron can just come right there. Then nickel can path underneath. And into here. And I'm not even gonna bother making nickel plate right now. I'm just making invar. I don't have anything that needs nickel plates. I probably will shortly, but at the moment I don't. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, I don't want just straight nickel ore in here though. Let's move you back one more, actually. There we go. That way I can fit in underground in there. And there we go. Okay. Power pole. Would be cool if power wasn't awful. I guess that's too much to ask for. There we go. Let's go see if I can turn off those inserters picking up the nickel now so that we can actually get some nickel flowing in. I think I'll do the same thing that I did for silicon, and I'll just hook up a little belt reader here. And then set some sort of loose condition on these. We just grab some nickel real quick. And then, there we go. So your condition is if you're less than 3. Let's say greater than 4, because these are still loading inserters. And let's just see how that goes. I will also upgrade some of these belts just so we can get it coming a little faster. Just a little. Maybe I should just pick up some more. Hello, Logistics Centipede. Thanks for stopping by. In you go. Oh, well, that's not nearly enough. Never mind. Oh, nope, nope. That's iron. The iron goes in here. It's steel that I want to take out. Okay. That's somewhat less awful, but still not good. Still not good. I do need oxygen, but oxygen is literally right here, so that's no big deal. Let's go like there. How far does that get me? Not quite far enough, but that'll do. And connected. Okay, oh cool. So that should be one more. Awesome. And there's zinc. Okay, very nice, very nice. We are at the point where the Roboport must move. Okay. What next? We needed an induction smelter, so let's get this guy right here. Oh, do I have an induction smelter? I guess not. Let's make an induction smelter. There we are. Oh, while that's crafting, I guess it's another water break. Okay, and there we go. And let's load you in. Maybe I'll just move that pole over there. That doesn't get power now. You know what? You get to be over there. Okay, recipe. Invar. Okay, I was worried it was only loading the steel at first, but now we're fine. Do I not have a casting machine? I guess I didn't plan that far ahead. Alright. Let's go casting machine. I believe right there. Yeah, that's right. And then just run pipes down. You will make invar. Hooray! Sure. Oh, you actually, I guess you actually want to be connected. You're not wireless pipes. And I don't really have the room to be buffering you. I would really like to be buffering you, but I just don't have the room. So I think you just get thrown in a single box right here. I should probably do the same with these guys, just in case I wind up needing them. And then you can just pick up this, and surely that's enough to make a tank. That's gotta be enough to make a tank. Yes, I do need brass, and I do need engines, but that's pretty easy. How many engines was that? That is 32 engines. So, intermediate engines, 32. And then I guess while I'm in here, I'll find plate, metallurgy probably. And let's keep some of the new metals on me. Since I'm going through the effort to make them, I might as well have them. I don't know how often I'm going to wind up needing them, but clearly I need them now, so... What are you? Gunmetal. Okay, I don't know what gunmetal's used for yet. I haven't seen anything that requires it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, tank. Yes. So I'll stop requesting the engines and make a tank. Well, I should. I wonder if there's any equipment I want to throw on the tank before I head out. Like, I know there are some vehicle equipments, like there's vehicle energy shields and stuff, but then I would have to make vehicle solar panels, and I don't know if I'm necessarily down for all that. Like, what's it gonna hurt, you know? Let's request silicon wafers. 128. Yep. Do I need anything else for you? No. That's it. How about you? I'll just make a couple of you. Vehicle Roboport Area Expander. Charge pad. Roll. Vehicle Roboport. Don't think I need the tank to have a Roboport. A battery might not be a bad idea. Let's grab some batteries. Just like, let's say 20. Actually, while I'm here, can I do anything with you? I would need tinned wire. That doesn't seem so bad, actually. It takes red circuits, but it's not bad. Just to upgrade my own personal solar panels, because my own personal solar panels are not that great. It'd also make personal laser defense. I don't think the tier 1 laser defense is all that good, honestly. Like, range 15, damage is 20, but like, Energy per shot is 50 kilojoules, and it shoots 1.5 per second. That's pretty slow, but even then, my base solar panels, 30 kilowatts, 50... yeah. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. It doesn't seem like a terrible idea, honestly. Let me focus on the vehicle stuff first. And also, let me see how big the grid on the tank is to begin with. Let me, there we are. Let me go here and request in the tank shells. There we go. And then... sure, good. There. I do want red ammo in here as well. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you, personal robots, for putting my ammo in the tank. I guess that's one way of doing that. Anyway. What was the grid size? It's decent. It's decent. No silicon wafers. Do I just not have any? Maybe I don't put them in a box? Oh yeah, I just don't put them in a box. That's the problem. Here, I'll just, they get their own dedicated box. Have fun. I do have to set a limit on that, I won't forget. I just want more chests. Once again, I'll just do a logistics limit and say, I would really like you to make one, please. No? Okay. And if you're less than, like, I don't know, 500 or something? I don't really know what quantity I'm ever going to need these in, but they exist now. Okay, you can only go in the crawler. Okay, that's fine. Where was the stuff I was looking at? Okay, so I made a couple of you, couple of you. Do I want anything else? Oh, I left the tank behind. I guess the tank is probably important. Okay. Hello, tank. Let me put... oh, I didn't make your solar... well, that's what the silicon wafers were for, of course. Okay, vehicle solar panel. I can make one. Let's stop requesting batteries now. Yeah, I'll make a couple laser defenses, even though I can't really power them. I might as well. Okay, you get vehicle solar panel. I have, in just a second, I'll have the ability to make another one of those, I think. Yeah, there we go, there's two more. Okay. Now, is there anything that I would like to swap out for lasers? I don't need... Yeah, I don't need the night vision. Strictly speaking, if I'm going to be fighting, I don't need the two roboports. So let's ditch those and replace them with lasers. And I'm decently happy with that, I guess. How are you doing? Could use a few more vehicle solar panels. Let's, okay, you're almost done. Yeah, once you bring those in, I'm gonna stop requesting the silicon wafers. They are on the way, they say. Okay, you're down there charging up. Come on in, guys. Come on. Oh, I guess those are the last stragglers. And all good? Yes. So however many that gets me is however many it gets me. I'll do the same with the batteries. And if I have ability, I'll throw a couple more shields in there. But I don't know if I'll have the room for that. We're gonna find out. Okay, you can do it. There we go. Oh, that does leave me with an odd number of solar panels, unfortunately. I thought I'd crafted an even number. Guess I miscounted. There's the two more batteries. And then, can I fit 3 in here? 1, 2, 3. 3 will fit. Can I get just one more solar panel, actually? That would be pretty cool. 64. 64, please. Okay, come on. Cool. And one more. While I'm waiting for that, I suppose I can do the turret formation I was talking about. How do I have 30 logistic bots? So, what are you? Gun turret? So, what I'll do is I'll have... like that. And then I'll throw some sniper turrets in the back behind them. And if I have walls, I do. I might even give them their own little encampments, kind of like this. And, I'll just take that around, and as I go fighting, my guy should be able to do that for me. Oh, but I did replace my personal robos with lasers, actually. So maybe... maybe I want to swap out at least one of the lasers with a roboport. There we go. I am still waiting on tank shells. I do wish the tank shells were here. I'm not really sure how long I'm gonna wait for them, though. So those are here, so I can make you. And does that leave much room? Leaves 1 square of room. Oh, but I have a shield to throw in there. There you go. Okay. And there we are. So of course this is solar powered. So I'm going to wait until the morning to take full advantage of the full daytime to go and wreck some biters. But I guess I should start planning out my path now. So, oh, I have like no pollution cloud anymore. That's crazy. I guess because the base is mostly dead. So it would probably be a good idea to swing through here and clear out these bases in the desert. This one is just kind of uncomfortably close. I don't even want to do anything over in this direction. I would just like to get rid of it. And then I might swing through and clear everything on this arc up here. Mostly just so I can come and clear this peninsula, because when the pollution does build up, like from this mining outpost here, what I'm afraid, and this has nearly happened, is that the pollution will come and hit this base here, which will send an attack all the way over here and into the unprotected side of the top of my factory, because I have no defenses up here. And then once I've gone on my big biter massacre, my plan is to once again expand out ore processing, and I hope that this is good enough. We'll probably have to come back and resupply on shells at some point, so I'll just allow the shells to continue building up, and I'm gonna just head out. What is my fuel? I have no fuel in here. I should probably have fuel. That would probably be smart. Let's get what do I want in here? Can I just request coal coke actually? Like let me step out. Do I happen to have coal coke in the system? I have 7. Let me just be carried away by the belts there for a second. I produce coal coke down here. And I am almost in range. So what if I had a split here? This is always coal coke and only coal coke. Your prioritized output there, you get split up this way. So what if I split you again just like right here? And put an inserter into a box here. You might not have a box, but I'll give you one if you don't. And Roboport. Where can a Roboport go? Roboport can go just like right there, that's fine. Oh, I do want to limit you though. So let's say coal coke is less than like, I don't know, 300 or something. That seems reasonable. Oh, you'll probably want power. That seems reasonable. Okay. You know, I will make a couple of repair packs. And let's see what I have for additional little goodies before I head out. I could make poison capsules. Could make a sniper rifle. In fact, I think I will. And the rifle, I believe, is just a straight-up upgrade to the submachine gun. Yeah, range 18 to 20. Shooting speed 3. Your shooting speed 15. But you do 6 times bonus damage. Yeah, that is just better. Even accounting for the shooting speed difference, because this one's 15 and this one's 3. But not only does that mean you're dramatically more efficient with your shots, so you consume less ammo, but you just still deal more DPS. The sniper rifle has a range of 30, very slow shooting speed, less than 1 shot per second, but you deal 24 times bonus damage, and so I do really like you. As I said before, I will craft both, but the standard machine gun has served its purpose and will be decommissioned. Combat shotgun, I don't hate. I just want the armor-piercing shotgun shells before I ever use you. And even then, that's usually when I get to, like, behemoths or something. And then the Bob's balance, I don't even know how that works out, to tell you the truth. I noticed, standing there, that the Coke is still showing as not in the system. Oh, you don't have a red chest, of course. Let me just give you a lot of red chests. That is my fault. And it's going to take a while for that to get over there, too. I wonder how long a single coal Coke lasts. I don't know. Let's go take out that one little annoying base to the south, and then I'll come back for fuel, just as like a test run. So I have, let me make sure I have my controls correct here before I go doing anything super crazy. So, you see, back when back in the day, you see, tab used to be your weapon change key, now it brings up the map. I don't hate that, but every time I get in a tank, it does take me just a moment to be like, wait, what was the weapon swap key again? And see, right now, I'm actually not even 100... Okay, it is C. So, I just had to reacquaint myself. So... Okay. I am actually very glad that I got the shield on the tank. Oh, stuck. The shield on the tank is very nice. And then swap the gun. And just clean up. I didn't actually notice the one nest there. I thought I'd gotten all the nests, but oh well, that's good enough. And that was a decent enough test run, I'd say. I am more than sold on the tank shield. That's very nice. Because one of the most annoying parts, not even like a difficulty thing, but it's just annoying that I always have to pop out of the tank and repair it for just like little chip damage. So the shield just keeps you from having to do that. Very nice. Just realized I completely acclimated to that. Yeah, I wish that I had. It's just one of those like ingrained muscle memory things, and the amount of gameplay time where you're actually actively swapping between weapons in Factorio is so limited. I probably do this like once a run, you know? So it's just one of those things that it's gonna take me a minute. And by a minute I mean like never. I'm gonna run into that. Nope. Okay, just barely did not run into my own Roboport. Okay. Do I have any fuel on the way now? I don't want any personally. I would like you to bring it here. I'm sure there's a way that you can request things into a slot without having to go into map view. This is just the easiest way that I know how to do it. There we go. Okay. Should have a couple more tank shells on the way. Would really be cool if I had more. Let me just hop over since it's gonna take a while anyway. Let me physically walk over there and see if there's something wrong or if it just really is that slow. Nope, there's something wrong, because I built it wrong. Well, I'm glad I walked over and checked. There we go. You know there's gonna be, at some point, someone's gonna come back and watch this. And they're gonna scream. They're like, no, he did it wrong. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, I did. I deserve that. I deserve that one. Okay, but it's producing now. It's producing now, and that's what counts. Okay, so next up, where do I want to hit? I'll probably go do the loop through the desert next, just to clear those out, and then I'll do the loop up top next. I'm still not entirely sold on where I want to put ore processing. It'll probably depend on what's directly to my south. Going this way, we are starting to get some fairly large bases. And that does worry me because ore processing, especially in a desert, is going to really pump out the pollution. So I would kind of prefer to have it up here. There's just a lot of little lakes and cliffs and all that make it annoying to put it up here. But I don't know, I kind of like this area better. And there doesn't seem to be as many very large bases, so I'll probably put it up here unless something in this area really surprises me. Or I guess if something up in this area negatively surprises me. Well, there's a fuel sorted out at least. Oh, there's so many bots coming. I still think it's interesting it's construction bots that do this. Like, I guess the way it's configured, you are technically giving a build order to put a thing in the tank. I just find that interesting. I wonder what, like, went into the decision process there. My throat's a little dry, so I'm gonna take a sip of water again. Okay, that's more like it. We've got about 75 shells, so I'm gonna just turn around and very carefully make my way through the center of the base in a tank and see what the desert has in store. Oh, not the pipe. Ah, I hit the pipe. Well, the bots will handle it. Right, it's a build order, so it makes sense in a way that it would be handled by construction bots. It's just also an interesting choice that it would be handled as a build order, I guess is more what I meant. This is challenging. Almost home free. Oh, not that way. I can go through the trees. I am a tank. Okay, and we're free. I think I'm gonna go left to right here. So I'm going to kind of head out into no man's land. Troy. Awesome. Okay, I believe it was right down the side here. Yeah, I can see it on the mini-map. Let's not run into the cliff. Oh, and should probably switch back to shells. The number of cliffs make me a little nervous, but I should be fine. And let's just go for it. Okay, all cleaned up. That was base number 1. Where's the next one? Straight south. Alright. I have 1 shell left. Maybe not. How did I just spend like 70 shells on that? Maybe I misread something before I headed out, because that doesn't make any sense. Okay, back to base it is. I guess we'll, very slowly chip away at them at this rate. Take the, I was tempted... Oh, man, look at the ore field out here. I haven't been out here in a second. This is looking a little dry. Once again, I'll have to deal with that after the biters. I really do want to get the biters taken care of, and then I can focus on all the other maintenance tasks bringing up. So I'm pretty much out of tin. I'm just about out of iron now. Not sure where best to park, but probably right in here is okay. Yeah, that's in range. Yeah, look at the ore field here. That's pretty dire. Yeah. Pretty much that entire thing is gone. Well, I guess there's a little more to be mined, like over in this direction. Let me make sure I don't get any mixed ores. But yeah, that mixes. This doesn't. And this is still fine in here, yeah? Okay. I was just about to say, let's not rip up those belts. I guess we'll just have to put them right back. Oh, I forgot I was in a map view. I'm in a tank. Okay, let's not destroy anything. I don't even know what you were... Oh, you were the last of the rubite mine. Over there? Okay. Okay, that's the problem. I think I probably got the inbound number and the, like, actual number that I have mixed up, maybe? I'm not sure. Whatever. How many do I even have here? This is 28. Okay, yes, that's the problem. So I have 28, not 45. When I left, I thought I had 75, and I guess not. How are those tank shells coming in? Like, is there any point in me sitting here and waiting for more? Okay, we don't have any more, and they are pretty slow. Maybe I should have made another assembler or two for these, but I guess in the grand scheme of things, I don't need them to be made that fast. I would just like to have them, like, now. Let's just back out of all that, and go. And where am I going again? Okay, just kind of... Let's just say mostly straight south, a little bit to the west. And this time if I run out of shells, I will probably just resort to using turret. The tank is nice and all, but not if I can't actually use it. Okay, and I think if I just follow along to the other side of these cliffs here, I should be right there. Yep, there we are. And I wonder if I can cheese it just a little bit using the cliffs. Just a little bit. Okay, I can't hit the other nest, unfortunately. It was a little funny, but oh well. Let's get out of here. Where do I even get down? There's not even a clean way down from here. I have to go like all the way and through all these trees. There's a spitter that's trying to come and pay me a visit. There's so many worms out here. Alright. There's that one. And next is straight up here to the north. Again, there's so many worms. Not big worms, fortunately. Just a lot of them. Oop, that shield is starting to go down since it is nighttime. Maybe switch to gun, start taking out some of these spitters and all. There we go. Not a flawless victory, but a victory all the same. Let's patch that up. Any others I wanted to deal with? Not like immediate pressing concerns, I guess. So then, with the south more or less taken care of, I'll do the sweep through the north, and then probably finalize my decision, pick a spot to the north, and probably start laying some better rail tracks, better than these little bi-directional things that I've been doing so far. And let's see, where's logistics range? Well, either way, once I cross into here, I should be within range. And I'll try and just ride these belts almost into safety. Oh, there goes power pole. Oh well, doesn't seem like it was needed. In fact, there we go. And right through the middle, there we go. Then I'm gonna just go around the edge here, circle around. And there we go. Okay. I do wish I could tell how many were actually on the way when you make a request like this. There's not really a good way to tell. I think I will, let's do this, and then I'm going to top everything up. So I'm gonna just refresh the request on the shells, and refresh the request on the ammo. The shells I don't anticipate getting anywhere, but the red ammo I actually do want filled. And this does give me the opportunity to recharge the batteries on the tanks anyway. Okay. Got this little guy, looks like an annoying little thing with cliffs. That might be kind of troublesome to get. We got this guy, that should be no problem. And then these little clusters through here are annoying. I'm gonna wait for this robot right here to bring his shell, and then I'm going to head out again. Okay, I also just noticed there's no ammo in my my other gun, so let's do that and set out. Ooh, so many trees. Just plow right on through. And let's see, how is that looking over there? Yeah, that's a little annoying. Not anything too terrible though. Alright, that's all the nest taken care of. And so let's just mop up. Funny enough, these guys up on the little cliff area can't even get down to me. Alright. I see we just revealed this nest up here, so let's go take them as well. That's a lot of spitters, actually. They're small. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked, but it did look like a lot. Wait, does that nest continue? Or is that just... Okay, that's like a entirely separate nest, just almost right next to it. Oop, oop, that's bad, that's bad. Spot to be stuck. Don't be stuck there, please. Oh, I'm stuck on something. I don't know what. I would just like to not be stuck. Oh, it's a cliff. Alright, let's stop here for a moment and just patch up. Okay. We only have 8 shells left, so... I mean, I'll use what I've got, but it's probably about time to start turret creeping these instead. So honestly, with the rifle and the sniper, I don't even need the turret creep that hard. Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. Okay, and I might even just explore a little bit of this fog right here, just to kind of see what's up in this direction. My first steer tight in ages. I haven't seen any of this in a long, long time. So, not an incredible amount of anything interesting up this way, but that's why you come check. Ooh, that is a big base. I'm not sure I want to deal with you right this instant. Let's see. There's a base straight to the south that I'll probably go poke. Oh yeah, they're mad. There's the last shell. Let's aim for the worms first, just in case I get stuck in here. And then that's way too many big biters on my tail. I might not have the ammo in just the tank for this. It's gonna be tight if I do. Let's focus the spawner. Okay, good. Okay, two left. I think that means it's time to go resupply before I drift into this biter base directly beneath me. Well, I guess it's not that bad. I have ammo on me. I just probably don't want to take the tank in. So let me flip that around. And let's be bold. Oh yeah, you do need ammo, I suppose. Yeah, the sniper rifle definitely makes hunting bases much easier when you can just outrange all the worms. I say as the worms begin to shoot at me, but still. I love the dance that the bots are doing as they continually repair the spitter goo. Yeah, it's not thrilling maybe, but it's a wonderful way of clearing the nest. Big fan of the sniper rifle from Bob's. In fact, I may have even been misremembering just how good it is. I might just go ahead and deal with that one big base. I see two like worms on the map up here, so I'm gonna go deal with them. And then I'll probably go hit that one big base. There you go. One tapped them. Very nice. Back in the tank we go. And let's go wipe out this little tiny base, and then we'll go and see if we want to tango with the big boys. Let's stop. Oh, nope, stop. Thank you. Okay. Let's go like here. There we go. And excellent. Okay, very nice. Okay. And yeah, since that was so smooth, I think I will go ahead and clear this one big one, but I will put red ammo in you in case I wind up having to run. Here is another desert tree, actually. I might very carefully try and pick you up. Never know when you might need one of those. In fact, let's just do that. When we head into base, it won't just stay in my inventory. Oh, that is a lot of biters. It's also nighttime, so I'm not going to charge up at all. Which isn't super cool. Like, it just turned night. But the whole point was to clear out the area, so I can't really leave without clearing out the area. That looks really cool. I love the way that specifically this ore looks over there. Probably time to switch to the rifle. I think this is better rifle territory. Let me turn the bots off also. No sense in losing all of them. How are you out of ammo? Oh, I guess because I put so much into these guys. Okay. Maybe I will try and snipe what I can snipe from back in here. Ooh, that's a lot. Okay, back to rifle. Yeah, it's a little touch and go, but I think I've got this. I've just gotta whittle the bases down. There we are. And then get out. Keep in mind that these turrets do get damage bonuses, so technically they do deal more damage than I do for the same amount of ammo, typically. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Do I have fish? I should probably have fish out. That seems intelligent. Ooh, I am chewing through ammo pretty good, though. Maybe I won't be able to take this whole thing. Oh yeah, the big biters hurt. Big biters hurt. Yeah, I think it's time to call that good enough. No harm in a tactical retreat. That's much bigger than anything I was anticipating fighting out here, so let's just leave well enough alone for now. I'll resupply and then come back. Where do I even go? Okay, way off to the right. Gotta thread the needle. Oh, come on. Can the tank not fit through here? Okay, I'm giving it one more try. It's gotta be able to get in there. No? Okay, okay. Around we go. Around we go. At the very least, I hope we've built up a supply of tank shells, so I can just roll in, supply, and come back out here. There's infinite coal also. That's actually very nice to know. And it just takes water. Its mining fluid is water. And it's right next to a lake. That's, how kind of you. Nearly back home. And here we are. We're within range once again. If anything, we're actually right next to the shells, so that's kind of convenient. There we go. Okay. Is there anything that I need to do while I just wait to resupply? I don't really think so. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I just need more shells, and then I can head up and deal with them. Do I have a bunch of... I do. Just about to say, I bet I have a bunch of things that need repaired in here. Any others? Yep, some gun turrets. Go. And that seems about right. Yeah, that's everything. Thank you for the walls, even though I just placed walls. Yep, away you go. We have no more explosives. I can't help but notice. Hold on, where are the explosives? There you are. We have no nitric acid. That's you, correct? No, you just make nitrogen stuff. Yes, you would be the empty pipe then. This one, this one, this one. There's the tank. Nitric acid. We have no nitrogen dioxide. Okay. Which is then, once again, this tank. Which is you. Can I just click on you now? Okay. Okay, we have no nitrogen dioxide because we have no sodium nitrate, which is interesting because that was kind of just a waste product. We have none of you because we have no nitric wastewater. Oh, because we have no Bobmonium. Our Bobmonium mine is basically dry, which means we aren't doing much Bobmonium washing. Nope, I am wrong. This is rubite anyway. I guess that's because we're not using lead? Hold on, let me find it. So you are backed up. You're backed up on nickel, it looks like? Oh, because we aren't loading it anymore. That makes sense. You're also just not reading the belt. I never even set this up correctly in the first place. And I guess you should be 3. There we go. So you're flowing again. Yes. Cool. Good. Everyone's happy? Looks good. Okay. Silicon is still backed up, which is a problem. Problem because then the other side over here can't run, but I guess since they're both washed, it doesn't really matter. We're getting the same outputs either way. Something to keep in mind, but again, not really something I'm all that worried about right this moment. It's just interesting that being backed up on silicon is through a cascading effect, preventing me from getting cannon shells. Like, that's the kind of weird interconnected recipes that you just have to live with in Angels. But that's the fun part. That's why it's so interesting. Backup in one place literally shuts down the whole factory. You can even see, well, I can at least, I don't know if this comes through or not, but the first little bits of explosives are already on their way back now that we've fixed the problem. Like, it was that fast. Anyway, we have 20 shells, which isn't exactly a lot, but I did restock on ammo, which is more what the problem was. I'm trying to find repair packs. I know they're in here. I know they are. There they are. Okay, I just wanted to have some. A lot of new recipes, a lot of things I will not be looking at right now. And, okay. How big is that spider base, and how close is it? Okay, it's pretty close to where I want to be, so I do have to deal with it, so let's just go deal with it. We're already literally in the tank, let's not make anything of it, let's just go take care of it. Let's see, where am I going? Okay, pretty much straight west. Yep, there it is. I remember the death trap down there. Go down that way. Let's pull around this way. I don't want to aggro them from that vantage point. That doesn't seem like a good idea. And do I want to try and turret creep, or do I want to try shells? I'll try some shells. Ooh, okay, this is really dense fighters. Okay. How happy am I with that? I can take out at least the remainder of these spawners, I think, with shells. I just don't want to get trapped between the biter bases. That would be kind of a worst case scenario. Ooh, I am getting slowed down really hard, though. Oh, and there's all the shells. Okay. So yeah, now I just kind of have to kite them around until they get bored. There we go. And now it's turret time. I'll just pick somewhere right up around in here. And then this one's pretty much decimated, so I'll be mostly wary of this area over here. Bots back on. Find my blueprint. And let's get it, like, right here. Okay, that was a little more hectic than I was prepared for, but I guess that worked. Let's turn bots off. Yeah, these sniper turrets in the back, love them. Fantastic. I do think I have to bring it up just a little bit. Which means bots back on. Oh, I have no ammo. Thank you, biters, for waiting patiently while I resupply. I appreciate it. Okay, let's not stand in goo. There we go. And then, yeah, I'll just go ahead and take out these last couple over here. No sense taking the whole thing down. I can... Honestly, my personal lasers are dealing a lot more damage than I thought they would. And between the lasers and my shields, I'm actually able to tank the big biters pretty easily. Like, I'm a lot beefier than I thought I was just on foot. I mean, I certainly couldn't have taken these whole places down. Oh, look at you! Go away. I'm gonna collect some of these items on the ground, just try and pick them up, but I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Yeah, there's some, but it's whatever. I do want the walls. I wish I could actually not pick up the trees, but oh well, whatever. And come on home, guys. Let's go. Okay. Yep. Alright, that's all the major bases out here. Like, there's really no more biter bases up here to the north that I can see, so I'm just going to head home, and once I'm back home and I can begin resupplying, then I'll start plotting out where I want the new ore smelting facility to go. Oh my god, these cliffs. I will come in, pick up some of these. If nothing else, it's just kind of a UPS issue if you get into the habit of just leaving these on the ground. Like, 100 of these, no problem. But like, you do that consistently for your whole playthrough, it can start to be an issue. I just thought of something funny. Well, not that the grid size of the tank is big enough, but there are speed upgrades, and I wonder if throwing speed upgrades in the tank actually makes it do more ramming damage, because I think it would. Like, I believe that is something that Factorio takes into consideration for things like, Oh, I just saw a temperate tree. I have actually needed one of those, I think. I'm gonna hold on to that, actually, because I think that is needed for something that I've looked at. And I think I'll just leave the tank right here. I will refresh its requests. Oh, nope. There and there. Can I cancel a cancel? It doesn't seem so. Oh, there we go. Hey, there we go. Okay. Refill you. Refill that request. Cool. All good. Alright. So, there's a lot of ore up through here, actually. So I do want to be a little bit careful about where I try and place smelting, just because I don't actually want to get in the way of all these ore outposts. If I were to... hold on. I'm trying to get my character inventory. There we go. So if I were to grab the straight rail just for reference and come out here, you can see the size of the straight rail, which is probably also about the size that a station would be. So even if I put like a station here and a station here and in there or something, you can see that it, once you start taking into account the turns and connections and everything, it gets messy pretty fast. But I also really don't want to build on top of an ore patch, which is kind of a point in favor of building out in the desert. I could also build down in here, which that's not a terrible idea. There actually seems to be a lot of natural gas down in this area, which I don't know if I'm going to need that much, but would be kind of cool to go take. I also have probably an absurd amount of landfill by this point. Actually, that has basically none, which is surprising. How about this area? Wasn't there somewhere up in here that made landfill also? I don't actually remember where else I make landfill, but I know there was something up in here. Yeah, because I have landfill in the logistics system, and this landfill down here literally isn't even connected. I just don't remember what else makes landfill. Oh, I'm making stone into landfill. Right. Yeah, okay, that's not a lot of landfill, but it's a decent enough amount of landfill. And if I needed to increase production, I easily could. This is just overflow. But at the same time, it's not like paving oceans landfill, you know? Yeah, maybe I will build down in this area, even though the pollution is worse. And then save this area so I can just harvest all the resources up in here. I think that makes sense. I think it does. In which case, let me put down piece of rail as reference. And I'm going to come down here and make a blueprint for a station. Trying to think of where a good place to start this would be. Let's just say, like... I want to give myself plenty of room. That's always the concern, of course, is room. You can never have too much room. I might go this way. I like this way better. I don't like building in the desert. I've been trying to talk myself out of building in the desert. Let's build this way, even though there's a little more stuff in the way. I think it just makes more sense to build in this direction. I just like it more. So I'm going to start down here. And wherever that is, I'm going to go down there and see if I can't... Oh, nope, got into the pipe. See if I can't make a sane blueprint for a train station. I'm taking the tank and not a car, just because honestly, when you're in the car, you have to drive so carefully to avoid all the trees and everything anyway, that you wind up just getting everywhere faster in a tank regardless. The tank is like very technically slower, but once you're out into the trees, it blows the car out of the water. So I don't actually know where exactly I placed that blueprint. I just know it was kind of out in this general area somewhere. Maybe it didn't even place it all. There's another one of those special trees. So I will go ahead and just grab that. Let me go blueprint. Let's just say like right here. I'll even move the tank out of the way for right now. Oh, I can trade in my other Roboport again. There we are. Okay. There we go. So what I intend to do is I'm going to make just kind of a general purpose train station that hopefully everything will be able to utilize. In fact, maybe it makes no. This deserves its own thing. So let's make a train station little cutoff here. So I use two-headed trains so that I don't have to worry about the little loop back and all. And that makes things generally a little easier when you're doing station design. The point there being that I don't have to worry about two rails coming back. Like, one coming back and one going out. It can just be one unified rail. And if I build any stackers or anything, then they can just be built onto that. I think I will actually use the T intersection as my base here. Where else? That's not quite right. that's a few too many roboports. Let's pick some of this middle stuff up. And let's try that one more time. Okay. There we go. So with that out of the way, basically what I'm going to do is I wanted that to help me guide where I can make these turns elegantly, but I do want them to kind of come together into a little waiting station area instead of one big... Like, instead of continuing onto another rail, I want them to continue coming in until they are on a single rail. Wherever kind of the midpoint happens to be, like maybe around here-ish. Why is that not quite right? I don't know. It doesn't It doesn't feel quite right, but it can do what it wants, I guess. Oh, I don't like that at all. Wow, I left an hour ago and you're a working biter then. Yeah, I pretty much wiped all the biters off the map. Oh, well, welcome to the present. I've pretty much wiped all the biters off the map here. The only nests that still exist is this guy down in the corner and these two down in the corners, just because I didn't really feel like dealing with them. There is one, like, enormous cluster of nests up here that was kind of a pain, but other than that it was pretty easy sailing. I remembered loving the sniper rifle. Honestly, I forgot just how good the sniper rifle was. Um... This doesn't look right somehow. Somehow this isn't right. Yeah, there's a little wiggle in there. Yeah, the secret giblet. I did actually. I know the one you're... Like, I even specifically know the patch you're talking about. I believe it's this one right here. I wish I could zoom in and show it, but it's pretty much invisible. That's why there's a wiggle. Okay, I remember now I'm in even spacing, so I actually can't come straight into a specific middle. Okay, I do remember that. I do remember that. Yep, okay, you caught on just about the same time I did, I think, given the VOD delay there. Not VOD. Whatever, the stream delay. But yeah, it's like I have an even spacing, so that's not quite going to work. So let me rethink that. And... Like, I certainly wouldn't say I'm a fan of it. It is the perfect length, though. I can even, like, kind of put the RoboPort in the same place. Yeah. Oh, I do want to... You're fine, whatever. This is for train stations, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what the best way to handle this would be. So then from here I can branch out into, you know, however many waiting stations or whatever that I want. I just need some way to, like, get them into there. So I've been trying to think what the best way to do that would be. Let's at least signal this, just see how bad it gets. So this one, yeah, so we're coming up, we split, we come in, we merge. But we also want here and here. Rail signals there for the split. That's all cool. We also want one there. I mean, I've made better, but I've made worse, I guess. I should be putting these in the book. I'm gonna delete these old rails and then put the new ones in here. And then I'm also going to just blueprint you. And let's say, train station. I think would be to pull off dead-end stops from the regular rail piece. Yeah. Yeah, that is also, like, something that I was considering initially. That's how I kind of started, but what I'm picturing here... Oh, I didn't set that right. I'll do it in a second. What I'm picturing here is all these tight little interwoven patches in here, and trying to, like, I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of tight patches that I would like to be able to access, and so I want something that allows the trains to continue through them while also being able to offshoot to the side. Where'd you go? There you are. Grid, absolute, good. 64. And I think I want you, like, here? Not quite that far. I believe it's 24. Looks good. Yep. Okay. And just to make sure, I guess, you do, like, still overlap with yourself? Yes, okay, good. I might also make a dead-end station. Like, that just also makes sense. I might even just go ahead and do that. That way, at least I have the option. You can be T-station. There you go. Then I can just have both. Yeah, let's pick all that up, and then put a straight on top. And then I'll figure out the station once I have all the old bits picked up. Well, I'm probably going to need to replace the ghost now, because I might have just destroyed some bits of it. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. Oh, I want the lamps on the bottom anyway, so that works out. There we are. I don't even know where all the bots went. You guys got this, come on. Why are there so many roboports? I know that's not right. Okay. That's mines. I want you. Is there anything here that is incorrect? All of the chain signals. Everything else, this is not correct. That shouldn't be there. Okay, now everything looks correct. Okay. Now I will just start breaking off a little bit of the end. Not like a ton, but enough. I should have made note of how tall this was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like that was 6 rail bits. Probably need to do more than 6. let's say 10. We'll see if 10 works. You don't have the straightaway mirrored correctly. The robos are in different places, or at least you did when you made the T. Yeah, I don't think it perfectly mirrors. Like if I do this and then hit like a V, blueprint with rail can't be mirrored anyway. Yeah. Like if I just flip it around, the robo ports are slightly different, but oh well. I'm not that bothered with it. If the rails didn't line up, or like signals were wrong somehow, I would be bothered, but I'm not that bothered that the roboports don't exactly mirror. I think what I will do, actually, let's try that. And then, can I just, like... Perfect. One more, it looks like. Okay. And then, I just want to see how big you are. Is this correct sized? Yes, okay. So I don't actually want to create you. And let's just do that. And that. And then let's see. You can be straight station. Dead end station works. Everything looks good. Oh, I do want to set you to be correct. And then put you, like, over here. Very nice. Okay. Just saying that's why you get double roboports. Yeah. It's mostly when I try and paste over a straight section with the T. Like, it is what it is. I'm not too bothered about it. It just means I'll have to clean it up sometimes, but that's fine. Alright, now that I have the branches in place, I do still have to actually make the train stations. So let's see how I go about that. Train stations, I'm not that worried about being a specific size. They don't have to be grid aligned or anything. It makes them easier to place, but I'm not going to stress about it unnecessarily. In fact, let me, maybe I will at least try and make it that way at first. Let me do that, and then I'm just doing that to keep the rail bits. So clear all that, clear all that. So that's the length that I'm dealing with. Clear this out. Okay. So that's certainly more than enough room for a train stop, but I don't think there's enough room for me to get, like, an actual waiting station in here. But I'm gonna see what happens. Let's put you there. And then a 5 long train. Looks like it would be right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. Not super happy with that. didn't leave myself enough room for signals, so that's not gonna work. Well, I guess I could leave this one in place. But this middle line would not work. Okay. Yeah, that's just not quite gonna cut it as long as I'm thinking of doing this as a single section. But if I ignore the actual station part itself, like if I just say the station begins here, then this is gonna be plenty of room for a waiting station. Yeah, just making sure that's one wide. Just run that down some distance. And then, even with just this much, that's already 3 waiting trains, and 3 waiting trains is pretty good, honestly. I don't think I'm going to need much more than that, even for ore processing. So I think I'm confident to leave it at that. Finally have the multi-phase oil going into gas separators, and I'm currently losing my mind looking at how to make plastic. Yeah. Yeah, it was intense. You definitely get better plastic recipes later. I'm procrastinating making this train station, so I'm more than happy to peek over here. Oh, that's resin. Where is plastic? There you are. So, my plastic, currently I get propane from 2 different places, but my original was you go crude oil into here, but to get crude oil, why is this? Oh, yeah, I forgot I replaced you with something. Okay, anyway, multi-phase, you crack that into crude and raw gas. The raw gas, you break into natural gas liquids and acid gas. Acid gas is not important right now, don't worry about it. So you got your natural gas liquids that you then have to further refine. So the natural gas liquids you break into 3 gases. You don't really care about any of them except for the methane. At least not for right now. And then methane you have to double crack. You crack it once and you get methanol. You crack methanol and you get propane. So that sounds like a lot, but really what it amounts to is you have to do this step to even get crude oil. Crude oil is not even part of the plastic process, you just want that for other stuff. So you're really after the raw gas for plastic. So multi-phase, raw gas, gas liquids, into methanol, well, first into methane, and then into methanol, and then into propane. I don't know if that made it any clearer or more intimidating, but basically it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. Exactly. Yeah, that's just how it is. How did I wind up doing this? What was the thought process behind this? What was I doing? What was I doing before I went and started talking about oil? A 10 by 50 area to put this in. Good luck. My oil processing area over here is hold on. Let me make a blueprint of just oil processing. How big are you? 202 by 150. Now, a lot of this is dead space, I'll give you that, and I have intentionally left some empty space in the middle because I have my labs in here also, and I also need to get a train in here, and then there's this whole empty space down in the bottom. But like, there's a lot. There's a lot to do. 2 waiting bays into a station. That was kind of my idea. I wanted to leave room for stackers. This is going to be smelting, and I don't really know how many simultaneous, ore trains I want to have or anything, so... Once again, it's just that same philosophy of leaving yourself room is, always a good thing. So... let's do... that. Then that. There we go. That's a little less insane. Let's get signals in here. This should actually be a regular. And then this is the return rail. So I don't see any reason that would ever be a chain. I don't think that makes sense. This just, gets put down here somewhere. I should actually sort out how I return into a thing, so let me get this back out. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Let's break that. And just put you, like, here. I don't actually want them to build this, though, so let's do that. I just want to know where the turn-in is. And actually, does this even remotely... That's not even going to remotely line up with the other thing that I did. It's actually flipped. It's mirrored, it looks like. On one I went high and on one I went low. That's easy enough to fix, I think. Let's actually just, like, move this up here and rework that. I really don't want my base bots to get involved in this. So maybe I'll bring it down here and then rework it to actually go on the lower path. Okay, just clearing some room out here, so we're not quite so cramped. And then we're going to do exactly this, but just flip it down. Go away. Thank you. Once again, I should have looked to see how long to make this. Looks like 2 rail sections longer. One more. Okay. And now I'm clipping the RoboPort. Somehow. Alright. Whatever. You can move back one, I guess. And then, there you go. And start picking up the extra bits. Chain. Yeah, that's all cool. And now, let's update you. Everything looks good. I think everything looks good. Yeah, let's do that. And then pick you all back up. Not the trees, though, if possible. But yeah, the gas refining, like you were talking about just a minute ago, is that's definitely one of those make or break parts that a lot of people see and just nope out on. Like that's just a step too far, and I get it. It's it's pretty scary. It's pretty intimidating. Let's pick you up. But at the same time, once you actually know what recipes you're looking for, then it's not as bad. Okay, where's this guy? You go there. Does this line up at all with you? Okay, fortunately it does, yes, good. It does mean, once again, however, actually, I should leave that there, and just get rid of the stuff. Yeah, that's fine. It does mean I need to rework this though, so let's, one more time, just pick all this up and move it to work with the new position that the trains are coming in from. Filter 3, yeah. Well, it used to be the first tier of circuits were the real filter, because they used to be a lot worse than they are now. Like they were seriously tough. You had to go through the whole paper making process and like laminate boards and stuff to make your first tier of circuits. And that was an intense introduction to like, here's what you have to do to make inserters. So let's say the straightaway gets to be the return rail. So let's just do this again so I know how long to make everything. Running through the plastic chain and factory planner. Apparently 5 per second is a bit of an insane ask. Yeah. It's, once you get to the very complex things, scale is for later. That's how I wound up not hitting blue science until 36 hours, is like trying to do this weird middle ground of preparing for the future and trying to produce some things at scale, or other things I'm just like, yeah, that's for the future base. The in-between approach doesn't work all that well. So there's where that is. Let's try and do this. There we are. And then that gives me 2 waiting bays and a return line. That should be good. Do I want to go for a third? I could. I just realized, isn't this the bottom? Am I not building? I'm building on the bottom. How big is the square, though? Okay, this square has a lot of room to accommodate, actually, so that's not a problem. I probably will, just overkill for overkill's sake, have a third waiting bay as well. Why can I not connect into you? Please allow me to connect to you. Okay, there we go. And let's just see. Yeah, let's see how big I can make this. Yeah, okay, that is fine. Yeah, we'll do something like that, whatever, that's good enough. I think technically that's kind of garbage, but yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let's not do that. This is fine. And how far does it take to get enough rails to hold our cars? Because actually we don't have a lot of room to play with here. We need to start turning in like immediately. I may have overestimated how much room I had to play with here. Currently standing next to my 9 lanes of metal stacks, all processing 12 ores a second, and not a blue science. Yeah. Yeah, I can empathize with that very, very much. So yeah, those chain signals are where I need to connect in. So let me try this from the opposite angle. Oh, too far. Okay. Does that even work? Does that give me a full car's worth of waiting space? Why is this not connecting? That's too far. Sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That does barely work, but this bottom one does not. Okay. Like, I could certainly fit a third one in. I would just have to rework it a little bit and make it uglier, and I don't really want a third one that bad anyway. So you get to be up here. So now you fit comfortably, and you fit comfortably. Very nice. I do need to do that and make sure that fits. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's only 4, unfortunately. Hold on, that's actually kind of a problem. How do I resolve that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Okay, the question is, maybe I missed something, but what do I do with the crude oil? That's a very good question. What am I doing with crude oil right now? So, the base mineral oil, I've just been turning into lubricant. I have an entire giant drum of lubricant now. That's just, I think that's the only thing I'm doing with base mineral oil. I don't remember if there's some other thing in here somewhere. Naphtha, once you have the science for it, so not initially. Initially, again, it just goes in a barrel. But once you have the science for it, you can crack naphtha into more propene. Like it's just a straight naphtha in, throw in a little bit of iron and copper ore and some steam, get out propene. Wonderful, easy, tears of joy. This guy is being kind of a pain. Fuel oil, you would think would be a fuel source that you would burn. But you might notice it has a fuel pollution of 200% for some reason. So what I'm doing with it currently is somewhere over here. I'm making solid fuel out of it, but the solid fuel has actually backed up, and so I'm not making more solid fuel, and so the fuel oil is backed up. I might literally just somewhere in here, stick like a little boiler for power or something, just so I can burn the solid fuel that I'm making out of my fuel oil, because it's literally backed up and keeping production from running right now. But all of that after I have trains. Trains first. And I have to figure out how I'm going to deal with this weird little bit here. I think the answer is to actually make this one longer. Maybe not that extreme. Maybe something like this. Let's go just down to like here. Okay. Now, can I put a signal on you? Still no. Okay, what if I literally don't have a rail there? Where do you go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, that's why. This curve in the rail keeps me from being able to put a signal where I want to. I would literally have to throw it all the way back here. That's inconvenient, which means it's the merge that I'm gonna have to move somehow. I can do a more extreme divergence there. So let's see about that. Okay, that allows me to move you up. And so... okay, now it looks like I can put a signal on the flat part, and that should still be 5. 1, 2, 3. It's only 4. Wow, still only 4. Can I redo this somehow and get better results? No, of course not. So, what do I even do about that? Yeah. So that's not going to work. I have to do something else. I'm not really sure what else, but I have to do something else. Maybe the first station is the problem. Maybe just the first station is the problem. So maybe now this will work better? I have no idea why this would work better, but we're gonna find out if it does. I'm pretty sure this is what I tried just a minute ago, and this doesn't work. So yeah, that backs up around the corner. Of course that doesn't work. Maybe I can try and stack them vertically somehow. Like, let me just give in to lunacy for a minute. Like, let there be no misunderstandings. I also don't know what I'm doing right now. This doesn't make sense. But maybe it's so crazy it'll just work, you know? Oh yeah, how am I on height, by the way? I am at exactly the border. Like, I could not even put rail signals at the bottom there. Hmm. Can I move this up just one? Just one rail. It's horrible, I love it. Exactly. That's what I strive for. Okay. I've made it worse, which might make it better. Can you connect into here somehow? No. Okay, that's the sharpest turn I can manage. Please go away. Too much. Too much. Sure. Okay. Yes, I would like this to be within grid just purely for ease of use. Like, really no other reason, it just makes it easier to stamp down. Oh, really? That's not going to work, of course, but I'm just trying to, see if there's some place where that works. Okay. Ah, yeah. Obviously this is terrible. I'm just trying to see if there's any way I can get this rail to connect in from this angle. No, it does seem like that's a little too steep. So it would have to start from more up here. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Now, where are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this one might work. 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, it works. I mean, how can you complain about that, you know? Let's get the tank out of here. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I mean, that sure does work. Is there. Technically, I guess I should put that there. And, if I grab just that, I think that's correct? Yes. There we go. 0. What do I even call you? Yeah, you are waiting, I guess? Good. I can't help but notice your alignment's different. Which I, do have a problem with. Ah, right, because that's supposed to be at the very bottom. I believe that would be there and there then. Let's try that. You are somehow just a little off. You're like one rail too high. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So there is some sort of horrible stacking mechanism that can work, I guess. Um, and you know the worst part is if I really wanted to, I could probably expand this to the top also. um, but that's enough. That's enough of that for now. Let's actually make a station. And this one doesn't have to be the proper size or anything. This is just a station. I do want it to be 5 long though. So let's grab... Do I even have a train station on me, actually? Yes, I have 8. So where does that go? Right there. Perfect. And you're going to be... I forget exactly how this works. Train limit is... I have 2 waiting bays. So 3, I suppose, because 1 train in it and then 2 arriving. Yeah, okay. Did the waiting station that I made... Yes, it does have the stations, or the signals at the end. Good, okay. So, I would like to parameterize this so that I can make naming things easier. Um... Limit... I forget exactly how that works. Do I have to do one of these? I think that is the case, yes. Oh, I didn't submit it. There we are. Apply. Okay, now if I take the blueprint, parameterize, yes. Okay, there we go. I don't think that's it. No. You have to hit the check mark. There we go. Probably need to use... Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was a way to get those in the train stop name before I started, and then afterwards I was like, of course you can. You can put the ores in the name and everything. So, yeah, we're all good. Filters, train stop names. Cool. Snap the grid. I don't know that I care, but it would be kind of nice if I could get that to work. I got there. I got there in the end. Yeah, that seems like more effort than it's work. I will just place the train station. And let's set you as just station. Okay. That was my trial run to see if I could parameterize this somehow. Hold on. Um... Hmm. What? Yeah, station name, so it is asking me for a symbol. But can I not just actually type a name? Once again, this is a part of the game that I haven't really interacted with very much. And so I'm kind of just using this as an excuse to mess around and figure out how this all works. Maybe I have to do something different in the blueprint itself. Like if I go parameterize, like it is called station name. Hmm. Huh. I think there's a way I can get this to work the way that I want it to work. But I'm not really sure how. Why is parameter here? Like, why would I want to uncheck that? I'm not sure. Nope, you can parameterize the symbol, the string will stay. Okay. I kind of thought there was a way that I could, get it to, like, put text in. Maybe not though. Like, I know you can do numbers. Like, for example, the, one of the ones you could do was the train station stop amount that was in here earlier. Yeah, train stop limit. I don't know, there might be a way to do that, but I'm not gonna stress over it. It's a, you know, it's a train station. In fact, I will, in that case, just take the parameter out. And then save. And then... Okay, it's still gonna prompt that, so I guess I will come into the original. Do, like, name me. And put numbers, but not text. Okay. And just station. And I don't think I have anything called just station yet, so let's just call you station. And then I want warehouses. There you are. Let's get power in here. And then up here as well. And would also like lights to be up here somewhere. Maybe here is okay. And then more fast inserters. Okay. So, trying to decide if I even want to keep just a generic station, because I was kind of just using the station as, like, a test. Oh, actually, I don't know which station I want anyway, so I guess I will get rid of the just generic station. Whatever. That's fine. There's waiting. Swap those two. And then let's get a item station. There we go. And actually putting a warehouse in there is kind of a big brain move as a way to distinguish them. This is station item. I guess importantly, station unloading item. And then put you in the book. There you go. pick all that up. And then, let's see. I guess I'll mostly have the same thing for loading. And I might as well go ahead and do a loading station while I'm doing blueprints down here. I don't really see why I wouldn't. Let's do like that. I don't actually remember how I set up the unloading, and that's going to bother me a little bit because they're probably not going to be the same. But oh well, there's a loading station. And actually, I will reverse these just so they're easier to tell apart. Warehouse. And then station. That is a... loading station. Cool. Once again, pick that all up. And I'm probably not going to bother setting up a blueprint for fluid stations, just because how many of those am I expected to make, really? And they're not very difficult. There we go. Okay, well, that's been a long time coming. I've needed to do that for quite a while, and now that I have some large-scale rail blueprint, I can actually start making use of them immediately. I'm going to go and start auto-crafting some of the bits and bobs that I'm going to need for that. What are these? Oh, ghosts. I guess I was building stuff over here. Please don't do that. I don't want the wood. Okay. So let's go... like, mostly what I'm thinking is rail signals, for instance. I would like to have it so that the bots can auto-place all the rail signals that they need. And I'm debating whether I want to actually put things like, induction smelters and all on this kind of makeshift mall up here. Not sure it's a good idea. What are you limited on? Copper. Why do you not have copper? Why is there no copper? That's a very good question. Why is all of my copper gone? Why is there one belt gone? I probably did this when I added the copper coils and then just forgot to replace that belt. I'm kind of flabbergasted, honestly. That's, I don't know whether to be more shocked that I managed to do that and not notice, or surprised that the base has continued working for as long as it did with copper completely cut off. That's, yeah, that's something. Alright, while the bots have a party over there, I think I will start plotting out... excuse me. I think I will start plotting out spots for large-scale ore sorting and stuff like that over here. So, oop, getting the wrong key. For that, though, I would like to have my blueprints. Let's just get, like, station unloading. Just as a good baseline. Oh, well, that's not grid aligned, so that's a wonderful one to pick, isn't it? The station waiting is grid aligned, so I suppose I can work with that. And is that biters or rubite? That's probably biters. Either way, let's say I want the station to start like right here. I'm not going to make any concessions about the fact that there's some water, some cliffs in the way or anything. I'm going to have to do so much clearing regardless. So let's put one here. I'm mostly trying to figure out how much room I want to leave for the processing itself. And that's very difficult to visualize. I'm also not sure how big this lake is, and I'm not sure how much I would have to landfill out. By the way, maybe about here, and then I'll leave one space, and then the next one here, and kind of so on down the way, for just a long, long while. Like, this is going to be a large setup, but that's how mid to late game Angel setups have to wind up. So yeah, now that the bots are done running around, I will go set up those rail signals at least, like I said I was going to. They are green circuits and iron plate. Which I mean is the vanilla recipe, but you can never be too sure. So I can probably just squeeze them in right in here. Just trying to figure out how they both get access to the green circuits. I can do that. That's no big deal. And then you can be regular, you can be chain. There's your output. And logistics connected. These are chain signals, so we'll keep like, I don't know, 100, I guess. And then same here, but for regulars. And that should just work. There we go. I will actually go ahead and request those myself. I just always like keeping, you know, some of those. You stacked to 50, correct? Yes. I might as well just keep a full stack. Fine. There we are. Okay. With those on the way, I think it only makes sense to start trying to plan out where this whole great endeavor should start. Where is it gonna connect into the base? And I think the most logical way to do this is these stations that I have down here that I'd planned out originally for ore. I will, as I set up ore processing over here, I will convert these stations into plate inputs and have plates come up into the base instead. And eventually I'll be able to tear out all of this processing down here and make way for all of the new stuff that I'll have to set up. Like, this is a lot of room dedicated to just processing. I left my tank out in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, pal. I will actually go ahead and retrieve him, just because he's actually a lot easier to get around. And I have a feeling I'm going to be covering large swaths of space in the near future. And of course, with the tank sitting in logistics area... Oh, let's not build that. With the tank sitting in logistics area, I'll be able to restock it as well. There we go. So I think it's time to do a bit of map view building, or at least as much map view building as I'm going to be able to do for a little while. Once again, I have to actually grab the blueprints. But it looks like I've got a good shot at bringing the rails up like right through here. So let's just start building a entirely new railway section right through here. I hate that I'm gonna like practically overlap this sapphirite patch, but oh well. And then right here, I'm going to turn and start running this way. I think I'd prefer something like that. And of course, this is going right on top of my existing rails, so let's not do that, because I'm not ready to get rid of those yet. I do want to see if everything is going to be able to just construct that. Like, let's start with a small-scale task. I was just talking about how the tank makes it easier to get around, then start running away without the tank. Let's start with something small-scale and make sure that we don't run into any serious issues. Like, you know, destroying pipes everywhere. No one would ever do that. Ooh, I'm gonna have to curve around that just a little bit. Okay, so let's start dragging Roboport coverage down. Not even sure where we stop. Okay. So, we'll just start from somewhere around in here. And I guess we can continue down through the rails here. There we are. Oh, that doesn't... I guess I can put you up over there. And then... Yes, you two will connect. Okay. Good, good. Are these power poles? I guess those are... Okay, I did place those earlier. Okay. Wanted to make sure that wasn't some weird effect of me placing blueprints and undoing or something. Wasn't really sure. Let's turn off the personals for now. There we go. Okay. So the base robots should be able to come out here and handle that. I might just be kind. Can I make, like, just charging ports? I could. Yeah, I could. It would just be kind of annoying. Yeah, honestly, not worth, I don't think. I think I'll just, spend the extra, like, I don't know, 10 steel or something on actual roboports. Making sure there's no logistics gaps. Even though that does mean there's, like, 2 roboports right next to each other. I do care, actually. It's like, it's so close, but it also just... The gap is there. Like, ah, that's really annoying. Whatever. Is what it is. This is purely so that the bots returning from the long rail voyage have somewhere to charge up, because otherwise they go very, very slow. They're not smart enough to follow the path of roboports that would make the most sense, so they wind up kind of off in no man's land sometimes. Okay, we did finally finish that one research. I am going to move Robot 2 up into the forefront here, just because since we are making such a large-scale robot-dependent project now, I would like to have just faster, better robots. This could even be an ideal time to break out the crawler. I just literally don't even really know what the crawler is, so I probably won't be using him. I'm a little nervous about having to make this crossing here, but I think it is what it is, and we'll just have to deal. There we go. Could I just come down one more? Let me look on the map. I could. It's not horrible. That does put me right over a coal patch, actually, which I'd really rather not do. I guess I could just go under it, and that's no big deal. Yeah, I guess that's... I mean, it's just better to go along this path. I can't just not take the better path because there's already something there. If anything, this is the perfect excuse to modernize this stretch of rail, at least. I did just realize... I will have to have some sort of connectivity up to there as well if I do that. Just trying to think what the best way to do this in stages is, so I don't have to, like, full commit. Yeah, okay. I'll do that, and then we'll run, straight this way. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And then when we need oil, I will just have to come and fix this. For now, I imagine this is going to take our existing bots quite a while. We're making pretty good progress through this research, oddly enough. So I might go ahead and head home and start working on bots 2 to speed this up. Like one alien artifact there. Just snag that. Trying to think what else I could do while I'm up here to just kind of help things along, and I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't really want to, without requester chests, I don't want to be putting, like, ore sorting facility 2s on them all. That's just a little too involved and a little too annoying for something we're gonna need, like, 30 of total. You know, if that. What are the materials for you? Okay, I have all of that. That's no problem. Brass, aluminum, coal. Ooh, cobalt. I don't make cobalt. How bad is cobalt? Oh, I don't have the research for cobalt. Well, oh well, that's for logistics. I really, at the moment, am limited by construction bots. So, even if I have to stay with logistics bots 1, upgrading construction bots would still definitely be a bonus. Do construction bot 2s, by any chance, take construction bots? They do. Okay, so I don't even need to take out the existing construction bot setup. It gets to stay. It's just really annoying to try and figure out how... Yeah, this wasn't really made to scale up easily. This wasn't really made to upgrade that way. Maybe I won't focus on bots then. That would be a pretty big effort, a pretty big redesign. Can I make that crawler? Because I was just talking about how that might be thing. Oh, destroy the first cliff. Very nice. Assuming that's a vehicle, yes. Huge trunk storage, evict with a vehicle roboport for mobile construction work. Let's just see what this is like. It's 20 engines, and, you know, we've been messing around the entire day already. Let's just keep it up. How many engines is that? 19. I need literally 1. Thank you. Now, what is this? Vehicle repair, vehicle construction, vehicle burner generator. Okay. Big construction area, 60 by 60. Robot limit 50. Wow, okay. Probably only need 1 of those. I'll make one of you and just see what you're all about, but I'll probably also make a couple more solar panels, which probably means I want to request silicon. There we go. 256, I guess. That's enough for 4, I believe. If I could remember where they were. There we are. Okay. There we go. Okay, so they've started bringing the stuff. I'm gonna wait until they brought it all, until I start crafting them. That way I don't wind up with, like, a weird amount somehow. Watch me go through the effort to make all this, and then it, turns out that the Bob's modules don't even fit into an Angel's car. Okay. Come on, guys, you can do it. A little bit more, a little faster. You got this. Just noticing the batteries. I guess we are making accumulators, so we must be feeding all the batteries into accumulator production. Oh no, they're going into, oh no, they're going into accumulators. Okay, okay. I was like, oh no, maybe they're going into roboports, but no, it's accumulators. Unlike solar panels, we've actually nearly maxed out on accumulators. Like, we're getting near our cutoff thresholds. Solar panels are not even close. But I mean, that's solar panels for you. They need green circuits. Green circuits need basic electronic components, which need tinned copper wire. And I don't really know why there isn't tinned copper wire. There should be. There's no tin. There's very little tin. Oh yeah, Bobmonium. I forgot. The Bob patch is like pretty much shot. I guess that makes sense. I have like 40 different tasks to get to at this moment, so this one task at a time mentality is I'm hoping I can hold out, you know? Okay, there's my things. Let's make the vehicle solar panels. I would like to upgrade my own solar panels at some point, but once again, one task at a time. The cab. Let's see. Where were you? I believe it said you could do 50 robots at a time. So let me up this. I have my own 20, so let me request 70. I love the logistic centipedes. They just come in and burst and fly off in every direction. It's always so satisfying. Okay, is that... No, I need 2 more, of course. There we are. Okay. So let's go through the cab down in the southwest. And just see what it plays like. While I'm running, I'll take a sip of water. Okay. Where to go? There you are. So, let's open the grid and just start chucking stuff in. Yeah. Just tried to see if I could fit anything else in there. Should have probably made batteries. Batteries would have been intelligent. Can't put the solar panels in though. So, good to know. Yeah, batteries would have been intelligent. Okay. Throw those in there. You bring back down to 20. Oh, this is the front, I guess. That makes more sense. And so, I believe I have to fill you with stuff, but I just want to... Yeah, okay. So, suppose we were down here, you're full of stuff, like you had all my rails, for instance. How do I turn you on? How do you work? Oh, I have to click on you. Okay. In that case, let me just grab that. And there we go. Okay, and that has a huge energy buffer. I can't really see... I can't really see your range, but you do seem to have a truly tremendous range. You actually go decently fast. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. I'm curious to see if the solar panels do work with you. So you are completely gone. And you are charging. Okay, very nice. Very good to see. I wasn't sure if there would be proper interplay there. So in that case, I am going to come up here and stock up massively, and then go on a giant construction spree. Like this, this is very nice. So like, just in here is fine. Oh yeah, you push through trees real easy. Okay, very happy to see that. So let's start setting some requests for you. So you want just like so many rails? You want rail signals? Maybe even more than that. Just, you know, have fun with it. Let's say power poles. I don't have lights automated, but I will go ahead and request them wherever they are. Maybe even more than that. Sure. And then Roboport. Roboports are important. Let's say a lot of Roboports. And of course, fuel. In fact, I'll probably just take the coal out. And what is Coke? So 2.5 as opposed to U, which is 20. I don't think I'm putting wood blocks into storage anywhere though, and I am putting Coke into storage. So let's do that and like that. That way I have something for the generator. Might even do that. No reason to have that much fuel in this guy. It doesn't seem like he's... Like, he takes a good bit, but it doesn't seem like he takes that much. So, while I wait for that to stock up, I think what I will do is go ahead and start crafting some of the machines that I know I'm gonna need. Am I requesting drills by any chance? I am. Okay, so I have those. I should crash the accumulators, don't need those. Okay. So, let's just start handcrafting a couple, say, casting machines, a couple induction furnaces, however many blast furnace 2s I can make, ore processors. I don't even have any of you yet, but I'm definitely gonna need some. And already, if you're looking at the amount of time it's gonna take to handcraft these, you can see why I decided to just go ahead and start. I would love to be able to just request all of the intermediaries too. Like, I'd love to be able to request iron pipes and steel gears and stuff, but there's just so many intermediaries. I already struggle with the inventory room sometimes, so I don't even want to think about what that would be like. Where is slag? Oh, you generate slag. I can just throw you on your belt. Couple more ore processors, and yeah, even more, sure. I apologize to the logistics bots. I know what I put you through, but it is something that must be done. How is this going? Okay, Surprisingly, the roboports are already in. Let me manually make those lamps for you. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit. Really should have auto crafting for the lamps, honestly, but they're just a little fiddly, and I honestly just don't feel like it right now. I am surprised to see that I'm not getting rails. Is there some reason that we're not making rail? Where are rails made? Up here? Yeah, there's like a bajillion rails. Why are you specifically not getting rails? That doesn't make any sense. You got the power poles, you got the rail signals, you even got the coke. You're not getting rails? Yeah, the construction bots are hardly busy, like they're not doing anything. Power is struggling whenever I stress the bots this much. No, I did just remember that oil was having trouble up here. What can I do about that? I could put another boiler setup up here and make more power. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea. I don't like super love it, but it's not a terrible idea. Yeah, why not? While I'm crafting stuff anyway, let me make 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 of you and a offshore pump. I'll even make a couple burner inserters. You may notice I'm not going too crazy on it. I'm just doing this as a little bit of supplementary power and a way to just help burn off a little bit of the whatever the yellow stuff is, fuel oil. Because this is backed up, which is keeping the entire oil area pretty much from running. So I need some way to start getting rid of this fuel oil, and turning it into solid fuel seems like a pretty good way to do that. Let me make sure there's not like something better I could be doing here. Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Yeah, is there anything better I could do with you? Not yet. Like, there probably is, but not yet. Okay, let's get some of these lamps thrown out. Might even make a couple more just for me. And then, with these steam engines, I only have radar coverage of right around in here, so that's where I'm gonna go. Put the offshore pump right around here. Boilers can go in this column, kind of down this way. I might do some pipes, actually. Let's pipe this a little closer to base. And of course, this does mean I'm going to have to put roboports up here as well. Unless I want to run up there, which is like, eh. Let's do that and that. Okay. I'll put boilers, like, here. I think that's reasonable. not quite so far away. We'll need those burner inserters, wherever they were. There you are. And then, of course, belt. Go ahead and get these marked for pickup while I'm out here. Mostly just so they don't accidentally interfere with this belt somehow. And I think I'll just continue this over like this. And underground right here. Let's see. Power poles as always. Always have to have the power. Where does that leave my range? Right around there. So maybe here-ish I would have to have a roboport. Oh, and that actually just connects. Wonderful. Okay, very cool. I do have to get power over to you, but I mean I'm making a generator anyway. I gotta get power over there. Worst power pole placement of all time, but okay, that will do, I suppose. And then how far does that leave me? Just a little more, okay. So the gold ends right there, so best I can do is right around here. And that more than covers it. Okay, very cool. We can put you, like, here and then... Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, I can just move the robo part up one, and that's cool. And then I'll move you over there just so that you're both on the same side of the pipes. Just matches a little bit. Okay, and they'll chew on that for a while. I do have to actually throw them their pieces. Where's the other bits? There we go. And there we go. And then I wanted to do some sort of limiting over here so that we only do this if we have an abundance of fuel oil. Yeah, right here. And, fuel oil. There we are. So, if you're greater than, like, 125,000 or something, then I'll allow the solid fuel through. I think I also don't want the coal coke to be able to get through here. I think I want to make sure this is only solid fuel. Maybe I'll regret that, but like the whole point of this is to get rid of the fuel oil. Maybe, okay. Maybe I'll put it back. And I'll do a similar but opposite condition to what I have up there. There we are. And then you, let me go grab the condition on that belt. So, if we're less than, like, 12,000, then I will allow the coke through. I don't know. It's a little arbitrary, sure, but it's, that way the trains can still run even if we have no fuel oil, because if we have no fuel oil, like if it runs out, then we will have no solid fuel. I might even reduce this. Let's say like 1,000. Anyway, these guys should be well on their way to getting this stuff done over here. At least they should be. It is within construction range. I'll say they'll get to it eventually. How are you doing in here? Okay, you still have no rails. I will just hand feed you rails, I guess. I don't know what the deal is there, but for whatever reason they do not want to give you rails. Do I have a maximum on rails anywhere? I don't want them to take my rails from me. Do I not request rails at all? Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, why does it say I have no rails? Now that's interesting. I figured it out. I've figured out the problem. Okay. I bet they'll bring the rails now. Oh, I guess while I'm here. I might as well just grab all that I can and bring them with me. Oh yeah, look at them go. That made a difference. Okay, here we are. Have just all the rails, my man. What are you still missing? You need a couple roboports, no big deal. Yeah, you got like everything you could ever want. You need some rails still. Oh well. I should, while I'm over here, put solid fuel in a chest. Oh, I already do. Look at that. Aren't I just the best? Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, I guess we're just good to go. Let's take this on a little test drive. Okay, you do consume a lot of fuel. Like, that is not a small amount of fuel. The bots haven't been totally worthless, I guess. They have been making their way down, and we've certainly made some good progress. We don't have much in the way of rails, but I guess that's because up until now, all the rails have been in a wooden chest. Oh, let me just blow up that power pole. I guess it would have been a good idea to put cliff explosives and landfill in this guy. Let me see if I can't just go ahead and request some of those. And cliff explosives. What is the research up to now? I'm not even using lasers. Well, I guess I have personal lasers. Yeah, personal laser damage. Whatever. Okay. Sure. What is this? Okay. Well, that's definitely a holdover from pre 2.0. That definitely seems nice. Pump jack 2, huh? I don't think I'm in dire need. I might just throw solar panels on there, just for the heck of it. Distractors... Eh. I could just go for another lab speed. I think I need you... Yes, I need you for purple. I'll just throw you on there as something that I need to get. Ooh, wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll throw you on there, whatever. Some algae. Great. Ah, I don't have any medium power poles. I forgot I had medium power poles in my blueprint, to tell you the truth. And I am going to... Nope, nope, nope. I guess you just get to be in that slot now. I'll move you later, probably, maybe? There, that's like... That's kind of reasonable, I think. I don't know. Even with this is like a fantastic way to do this. I do find myself wishing there was just a way to speed it up a little bit. This is fantastic though. Like, I can absolutely see all I'm doing right now is laying rails, and already this is like amazing. I can't even imagine if I were trying to build something just even a little larger scale. This is kind of amazing. Charge up, little guys. Wonder how that is doing. Oh man, look at it go. Wow. And that's even with, I mean, those solar panels do hardly anything, but still, we do have them. I just voided the whole battery on that. That's not what I meant to... Oh, and lost all the bots. I was trying to see if it had an inventory like that, but I accidentally left-clicked it instead of right-clicked it. Oh well... Yeah, I guess I just go back to base now. Yeah, there's 4 construction bots left. That's not quite enough to do anything. So let's turn back. Maybe I can get some of the cliff explosives and landfill that I need anyway. Is that? That could possibly be true. That could be weirdness with the truck. I'm not really sure. I will check on storage space when I get back, or actually, I think I'll just place more storage, whether that's true or not. Back, I will go ahead and make some. There we go. So let me request 66 bots, because there's already 4 in here. And then, storage. Yep, those guys are stuck. Okay. I'm sure you have somewhere to put those. And here's like a little square of storage up here. So I'll just continue expanding that. And I might also put like a little square of storage over here somewhere. Just so they have options when they go to store things. Yeah, cool. And maybe like a little bit of storage up here somewhere. Right at the root of the bus, I think. Yeah, right in here somewhere. Just like... that seems like a reasonable place for a bit of storage. And we're missing 13 chests. Well, what do you know? I have that many. Have fun. Wow, that's a lot of bots. I guess while I'm back at base then, crafting stuff and being resupplied and all, let me see if I can make any more supplies we're gonna need. I don't know how many more blast furnaces that I want to make, because I do want to reuse the ones we already have made. Like, I don't think that's something we really need that many more of. I do want a couple more ore processors, though. I know we're gonna need those. Casting machines are nice. Induction furnaces are nice. I'll go ahead and make a blast furnace 1 to make it easier to upgrade to a 2 in just a minute. I just need the steel. There we go. Actually, that's going to go ahead and craft another blast furnace 1 anyway, so I guess I'll cancel that first one and just use the second. Still waiting on bots. 5 more bots. Guess I just don't have any. Oh, they're probably, since they were just freed into the network, they're going to be just random construction bots in the network somewhere. Let me see if I can just go and grab some. Oh, there are 0 available construction bots actually, so I guess not. Oh, they're all bringing landfill and stuff to the truck. I guess that makes sense. Just trying to think if I need anything else. Like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 of those that I want. The recipes that I need an ore processor for. And I have 6 of them now, but I'm willing to bet I'm going to want more than one on some of those recipes. So I might just go ahead and make like 2 more and then see where that gets me. And that's only what I have available now, so maybe 2 more after that wouldn't hurt. Look at this storm of construction bots. Yeah, there's still 0 available construction bot. That's kind of crazy. I have over 600 construction bots in the air right now. How are the mines doing? I remember those being pretty much done. Yeah, okay. I have like 2 guys over here mining up Bobmonium, and I do not have an external source of that. Like, I can set this up, this is pretty much done, but pretty much done is not the same thing as done. So I do really want to get this moving along here. Like, look at the conga line go. How much power? Not quite enough, but, you know, I'm holding out mostly. Like, it's bobbing and weaving quite a bit, and this is definitely more bots than I usually have in the air at one point in time, so... Oh, wow, that made it real unhappy. But, it's mostly holding. Like, all I've got for power right now is pretty much this. Assuming, actually, that this hasn't finished. Yeah, I didn't think so. I have a little more power coming in up here, but I'm actually specifically putting this power in up here to eat my fuel oil, because right now my entire oil processing is pretty much stopped. Did I ever get those bots? No. I'm still missing some. Why am I not making bots? Oh, maybe I'm deploying all my bots that I'm making. That could make sense. They have no... They have no brains. No brains because there's no green circuits. Because there's no components. Because there's no tin. Because there's... because there's no tin, yeah. Okay. The Bobmonium mines are empty, I am aware. Bots at 50 megawatts is a little wild. Yeah, it's, I mean, I do have, like... I have a lot of bots. I mean, it is. It is mostly holding. Okay, I think that's most of the high volume stuff. At this point, they're just bringing rails and all. I only have 9 roboports in here, but with no tin, I don't think I'm expecting very many roboports at this point. I'm not expecting any more destruction bots, at the very least. So, I think I will go ahead and throw whatever these are in here. Nope. I released one into the wild. Oh well. Let's do that. So you got 44. Actually, I can just heal you. And there you go. That's a solid 50 right there. Okay. Don't think I'm gonna wait for any more than that. I'm just gonna head out and keep the rail going. Yep. Sorry guys, you're gonna be chasing for a while. Let's see just how far they've gotten down here, because I do know they've been kind of working. They've been doing a little bit of work down this way. Ignore the half-broken rail that I've stamped over. That's, I don't know, that's just something we'll have to clean up later, I guess. Okay, they've actually made pretty good progress since I was down here last. There's no power, I can't help but notice, to, like, anything. Which is a little odd. I don't know why they haven't bothered placing the power poles. Oh, sorry, little guy. There you go. Yeah, not too shabby, I'd say. I mean, this is pretty much the end of where I'd even stamped anything out, so good on them. So let's start looking one more time at where I want all this to line up. I'm a little scared of what might be to the south, so I would like to turn north, kind of, and start laying lines up that way. So if I go here, and I turn north, and I get some straight rails, straight rails. Why is that bad? Just undo that. What? Okay. So you're fine. You're good. Straight rail. Who knows? Okay. Whatever. And then I'm gonna start having stations shoot off. Probably like that. And I don't really know how much room to give all of these, which is the problem. So I'll do 3 like that, and if it winds up being a problem, then I can get rid of the middle one. And then I don't need these up here. Alright, let's just see how that goes. Wonder how fuel in this guy's doing. Ooh, not that great. Yeah. There we go. Cool. I have another 200 wood, I guess, I can use as fuel in you. Okay. And cool. Can't help but notice they chose not to connect the power pole down here, so I'll just come down and do that part myself. Four roboports left, okay. So not very much, but I can help a little still. That's a lot of trees in the way. Can I make poison capsules? I have no coal. Okay. I mean, I don't know why I just randomly have coal on me, but thought I'd check. Some, you know, weirder things have happened. Come on, guys. Okay. Oh, that was a power pole I just ran. You guys okay? Why did you all decide to go place things that you can't actually place? What is wrong with you? What are you doing? What? Okay, let me go see where power can connect. There. Okay. So at least these can start doing something. Okay. I do unfortunately think I want to clear a lot of these trees, just to make it a lot easier to see what's going on. Okay, so with all that going on, very cool and all, I do also really need to come over here and set up this, and I was kind of hoping to be able to have this ore processing area set up and ready to go before I needed to do that, but I do think I am on the cusp of being just literally out. You're not even outputting into anything. That is a power pole. I don't understand, but sure. Can actually squeeze one more miner in right there without getting any mixed ores. Oop, and there's 200 ore over here. I guess I can go for. And actually it looks like there's more ore over here, so maybe I'm not as out as I thought I was. Like, I still definitely need more, but maybe it's not as dire a situation as I thought it was. It was trying its best. I think the one trying their best was probably me when I was playing this last time. Probably a little sleep deprived, and I don't know, there's something about doing chemical hell for 8 hours at a time that turns your brain to mush. Why do you not have power? Oh, I guess this isn't placed? There we go, okay. Power's doing respectably well right now. How are you? Barely hang. Okay. Just temporarily. Just since we have it, you might as well use it. I don't even know what I've run into. Oh, that is a good. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna... Honestly, I'm just gonna leave that there. Where am I? I can... I just had a funny thought, actually. I guess I can't remote drive the crawler. Oh, maybe it's not in radar range, maybe? Maybe that's just my character range. I don't know, we'll see. But what I was thinking is, if I had one of these crawlers, and I could remotely drive it, I could just remotely drive out here and build this ore patch like nothing. And that would be so cool. I think cool enough that I kind of just want to test that, actually. So, I have power up through here. Let me just put a radar down. Just for curiosity's sake. Can I remote drive you? Okay, it doesn't look like I can. That would be a little too powerful, I guess. Oh well. I know I can put, roboports in other vehicle grids, though, and I'm wondering what the trade-offs might be of making, like, an outpost construction tank. Like, what if I just took my tank and put a bunch of roboports and stuff in it? Like, in place of these shields, you know? I don't really know what benefit this conveys to me. It just sounded like a cool idea at the time. Like that. What is that? That is another temperate trait. I already have 2 of you. I think I'm good, honestly. Maybe I'll just mark you for decon. You are out of roboports, yes. Okay. Yeah, that wood doesn't last very long. Once the usage hits, it just melts. Let's get these last little bits in. Okay. And like I said just a minute ago, as much as I would love to be able to come over here and get started on this right away, I do feel like the ore shortage has become a major issue, so I do have to go deal with that. But we are very close. I am glad we are at least very close. We are not very fast, is something that I'm noticing. Oh, here's my, my solar farm. Isn't it lovely? I guess while I go deal with, the ore patch, I can leave you parked up here and begin the resupplying effort. So... let's do this. Anything else? Not really. Yeah, that all looks cool. I will probably request more solid fuel. And then that can come out, and honestly the wood can come out too. Don't really think that needs to stay in there. And okay, let's I'm going to take you up to the rhubarb patch. That's just the fastest way up there. There we are. And let's see. Start crafting those. That's all good. But more importantly, let's get these miners placed down. I wonder what the liquid is. Sulfuric acid. Okay. Well, I definitely am not going to be pumping sulfuric acid up here anytime soon. Okay, personal bots back on. Clear some of these trees around the edges. Just make things a little easier to see. There we go. Okay. And then blueprint down some miners. I always want to make sure when I start placing miners that, like, I do actually cover the whole field. Like that. See, I'm one off there, and that's annoying. So I don't want any of these in the middle that would require liquids. So I just take all those away. And let's clear some of these trees right in here. Just, once again, clean things up, make it a little easier to get around in here. Okay, let's see how we can get all this connected. I suppose the first two can connect into this guy, and then the next two can connect into the next one. There we go. And then, let's see, how do I deal with just this last line over here? It's a little odd. Okay, this middle line right here probably has very little ore, so maybe it doesn't need its whole own dedicated line. Let's see, we bring you in, and then merge you there. And then this line can come out this way and merge with these guys. And then kind of the same deal. These will just merge here. There we go. Kind of surprised I didn't have enough miners to cover all of this. Thought I would. Guess I'll just have to bring some more. Anyway, this should all be set up correctly. Bobmonium load, yes. Let's ride the train back. And I'll bring more miners to finish up, and I'm going to change those inserters out to fast inserters. There we go. Train cannot find path. Oh, it's the oil train. Yeah, you're, I'm sorry to say, your track is looking a little worse for wear at the moment. Move you up here. And then, let's see. Where do I copy you from? Let's copy you from, like, right there. How far do you go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah, it lines up perfectly. Good. Okay. Cool. I'm going to copy the Bobmonium, mostly just for the color, and then change your name to unload. Oh, and I should start requesting engines so I can make a train. I don't remember exactly how many a train makes, which you'd think I would by now. 20. Okay, I was correct. Maybe I did remember how many it took. I remember something about some ore-specific trains down in here, and some, like, petrochem-specific trains and all. I never really got into them, even though I do think they're cool. The smelting-specific trains are mostly visual over here, I believe, but then the train cars have larger inventory, which is cool. And then similar with the petrochem, I believe the trains themselves are just kind of themed, but then the tanker cars are actually like higher volume. No, I just thought that was kind of cool. I would like to upgrade to them at some point, it's just right now is not that point. There's so many bots. Let's see. On the way, all 40. Okay, so I do have the engines coming. Is there anywhere with more roboports I could hang out? No. If anything, this is kind of a good spot, I guess. On the way, 40. Okay. Still on the way. I mean, I guess I am quite a ways away from the top of the base, which is where that has to come from. They're, still just trickling in, okay. Guess I should go ahead and make the train cars. Oh, I already have one. Okay. Just noticed this was set incorrectly from back when I was doing the cargo stuff. So, let me fix that. Okay, finally, first of the engines. Very good. You know, I have warehouses in my blueprints, and I don't craft warehouses. I probably should. Stone, brick, iron, and steel, they're not even complicated. But while I'm being supplied, can I come up here? Do I have stone brick up here? I do for the walls. Stone brick right there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to put this, but, if I was, where would the fun be, you know? So, if this is a warehouse, iron plate, steel, and stone bricks. So, iron, easy, right there. Let's get you out, and we'll get the gears away also. So then, I don't even need to do anything for iron. In fact, let's underground iron here. There we are. That way I can split steel. Bring you in. And then I just have to figure out how to get stone bricks up in here. There's no good way to do this, really. Okay, that works. That works. And then do this. And of course, set you to a logistics condition for warehouses. And I don't want very many because they're pretty expensive. But let's say like 12. 12 is still kind of a lot, honestly. Maybe like 8? I don't know. I don't want a lot. Let's say 8. And then I still gotta get stone bricks in here. So stone bricks are all the way back here. I can underground this, I guess. And then you just continue forward this way. I do have to get you around the gears, unfortunately. Nothing to be done about it. And then maybe not that high. I can just underground you, I guess. Yeah, okay, that works. And then just bring you up this way. I think I'll just underground you into here. One lower. Yeah, like that. And that should just work. Yeah, because stone bricks is all we need up there. Well, assuming I actually connect the belts, of course. Yeah, that should work fine. How are things going down here? Okay, so assuming that production works, it should fill in these buildings. Since it should fill in those buildings, let me see if I can't temporarily route the oil train back where it needs to be. Why is this not filling it? Do we just still have no roboports? I know that's like the third time I've gotten sidetracked recently, but this one is important. Little spinny looking thing. You have no green circuits. Okay, because there is no Bobmonium. Oh, I do have engines now, so I can make my train. Bar? And then the car's on. I don't think... Oh, that did connect, okay. Okay, I do actually want to connect the fuel line as well. That's probably a good idea. Then we'll set your stations, so... Yep, unload, and then load. I haven't finished your rail, I understand, but I will. So, unload, wait until empty cargo, and then load, wait until not full fuel, full cargo. And that's really it. Doesn't get any simpler than that. Let's go ahead and copy this. Can I just copy this whole thing, perhaps? I think that works. And then just drag this upwards. There we go. Very nice. And then, yeah, we got fuel coming in, so by the time the robots come down and decide to build that track, it's already a light blue, so I know they're already on the way. But by the time they get down here, they'll hopefully have enough fuel to actually make it to the station. And... is everything set up here? You don't have power. I guess I'll be writing you to the station to set up power. Would have been real cool if I could have been filling the buffers on the other side over there during this whole time. I'm intending on going for interrupt-based generic trains for this mod. Wonder if that's going to be a mistake. No, I definitely think that's a good idea. I love interrupt trains, especially for just refueling and things. You can go, like, full, like, kind of vanilla LTN now, where you, like, prescribe trains to signals instead of specific stations. And I know that's powerful, and it's cool, and I played with it in creative worlds, but going for it in an actual world is, tough. Okay, once these rails are in, I think we'll, set out, assuming you do have fuel. You have enough fuel. Okay. I don't think I need that, but I'll wait for it. And go. Exactly. Like, you can get it to work, but, you know, to what benefit, basically? It's just more effort than it's work. Like, style points, absolutely, but as far as practicality, not so much. Let's get these last couple mines placed in. I should be able to reach up there. Oh, I'm on the belt. I guess this works too. Okay. And then let's get all of these down here upgraded. There we are. Load stations are L and unload are U, and separate fluid. Yeah, like, more or less same. Like, I mean, you've been seeing my station names. That's about as complex as I'm gonna get until I have a dedicated refueling station. Are these inserters not able to keep up with this belt, actually? That, that would be pretty cool if so, but would be a first. Yeah, I think they might just barely not be keeping up. I might just do like that. And actually hook up this train to the base. I might need to go do the same thing immediately for iron, because man, that little ore patch is looking kind of sad. Okay, there we go. And where even was the Bobmonium again? Why? I built these and did not give them power. Why did I do this? Oh, I also apparently had cut power to this roboport at some point. We are starting to chew through this coal now that we're turning it into gas. Like, that's a pretty good amount of coal usage in just the last little bit. Anyway, what was I doing? Bobmonium, that's it. So, follow you. Where do you go? You go up there. Okay. That is a little tricky to get plugged into. Let's remove some of this. There. Okay. So I do want to prioritize the miners. This splitter is doing nothing right now. So all the Bobmonium... Oh my god, where is this Bobmonium even going? That's not the correct belt, my man. You're just mining onto a random belt. You were a little too eager. Okay, let's just start picking you up, I guess. Oh, hi guys. How's it going? Yeah, there's still just little bits of that ore trickling in. I guess anything that makes it past all these guys is not going to be what they're looking for, so that makes it a little easier. Okay. Seems like I intercepted all of it. There. Perfect. Okay. Anyway. This. There. Cool. Down. Let's actually empty my pockets. Thinking I'm gonna need byproduct load for this mod though, and just prioritize those. Like, the byproducts in Angels and Bobs are sometimes also just the products. It's really interesting how sometimes the thing that was garbage an hour ago suddenly becomes like, the primary thing that you're seeking out. That's just, you know, circle of life. That's part of how it goes. Okay, I'm gonna have to worm this in over this way, probably right alongside you. Just not quite sure how that's gonna work yet. Maybe I'll come in over on the left, actually. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then let's go throw these rubite chunks into the machine. You there. Accept. Okay, so that gets me that far. And then I just have to underground this far. And where does that get me? Not really sure. I don't need this anymore, I'll tell you that. That goes away. What if I bring this way? All of this comes down here, over, and down. Like that. Combine, cool. And you go like that. Cool. And then input priority there. Yes. Break all this. Break this. And then in you go. Okay. Not the greatest solution, but it wasn't too bad. Okay. I actually need to get this plugged in though. So let's see. Drag you down. Bring this that way. One lower. There we are. Send you over and up. Okay. Very nice. Let's get you in the crushers. If I can walk over there. There we go. Okay, at least we have 10 again. That's one problem solved. Okay. Make sure everything's okay. You are literally already out. You are literally already out. Awesome. Very cool. So we are still building out this way little by little, which is nice to see. Let's start building the actual stations now. I want to get stuck in here. There we go. Hey, did you get fuel and stuff? Yeah. We got stuff. We're good? Okay. I will take a single rail, sure. Or a single, chain. Cool. No. Nope. You can't trick me with that. If you stay for one bot, you'll be there all day. Sometimes you just gotta go. Okay. So let's start planning out these smelting stations. Do you have roboports by any chance? No. Oh, well, actually, it looked like you might have 4. Yes, you have 4. Okay. Not that that's a tremendous help over here or anything, but I guess you're gonna go place them. I guess it would make much more sense to go start from the bottom rather than start from the top. And why are these still here? Thought I canceled these. There we go. And I think that's going to be right here. Is that correct? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Please stop. Thank you. Let's go with one of those stacker abominations that we made. Trying to make sure this is even the correct orientation. Yes, okay. So then, after one of those, is a station for unloading. Should bring a roboport over here, I suppose. Right about there. And power 2. Didn't include these in the blueprint. Oh well, that's fine enough. Not really sure which one I would like to start with. I suppose I'll just start with Sapphirite. I mean, iron is always the one that you need the most of, and that would be the one that would benefit the most from, like, improved processing at this time. So let's focus on Sapphirite first. Do that, but priority way down for the time being so that we don't accidentally get the train stuck over here. Train limit is 3. And everything seems good. How expensive are these red inserters? Okay, they're not expensive, but they would be difficult for me to make on our current bus, so I'm just not going to worry about it. Handcrafting them is pretty fast, and I just, once again, don't need to worry about it that way. I have just realized that since I did go ahead and make these pretty wide like I've planned from the beginning, if we do send one of our current trains in here, it will actually fill this third one with whatever fuel's inside the train, and then the train won't be able to move. So not only will we get fuel dumped all over the belts, the train will be stuck. So that's a nice wombo combo there. Maybe let's not do that. Let's not be that thoughtless. Let me make sure the factory is kind of sprung to life again now that we have tin again. Oh yeah, so there's tin ore coming in, and we've definitely got some tin ingots. Let's upgrade all these belts. Sure. All looks good. Plenty of solder coming in. We've got the tin wire coming out, and the tin plates as well. Okay, very good. I'm hoping that leads to revived green circuit production, which should lead to roboports being made again. They're in here somewhere. I can feel it. Maybe up top. There you are. So, yes, you are green circuit shortage. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Maybe not blinding speed, but they are certainly crafting. And that's good to see. Alright, with that done, let's see. Where would the next station fit? Let me put down that blueprint as well, and that'll help me a lot to figure out if this is good spacing for these guys. Here's the stacker, and then the unloading station. Okay, that is a fair amount of room. Like, I should be able to work within that. It almost makes me want to start working in this one, whatever this one might be first. Not really sure what this one would be about. How wide is this, I wonder? Let me do this, because this would tell me. This is 66 tall, so a chunk. Okay. So that would mean I have... there's not really a clean chunk divider I can look to on these. Doesn't really matter. I've got plenty of space, I think. So if I assume this is just ore, just straight ore coming in, then I need crushers. So I would need a line of crushers, which we have back at the base, but I will place ghosts of. Might even upgrade them. Like, let me look at the recipes here. Where are the crushing recipes? I feel blind. There you are. Okay. So you take 1 second for 2 ore. So even on red belts, that maxes out at 15, so I can't quite do 16. Not that I would have that much throughput, I'm sure, but you know, we're just thinking theoretically. I might just do 16 though for the symmetry, and if we do upgrade to blue belts, then you know, that's just pre-baked in. The one thing I don't know is how many belts of throughput we're able to get out of these inserters. Like, rotation speed, obviously higher speed is better, but I don't know how that translates to items per second. Which does make it a little hard to plan around. But with more room comes more ability to improvise, basically. So, let's say we route everything over this way, and we just start throwing it into a row of crushers. I think this time around, I want to have filtered extraction. So we'll have the input on the side, and then down the middle, we'll have a dedicated stone belt for crushed stone. And we'll have a belt that is just for crushed sapphirite. Like that. I always use the mod inserter throughput now. It's just no fun coming up with a perfect design, only to realize the inserters can't keep up by like 1 or 2. Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Right now I'm still at a point where if I wind up finding out they can't keep up, it's just a matter of put a better inserter in, just upgrade them, but you can't just do that forever. I do want the kind of outside belt to be my crushed stone, I think, so this one gets to be the long hand. And then I'll just duplicate that the whole way down. I don't know how I messed that one up. I'm just that good. And then these get to be polar opposites. So you get to drop long, and then you I would copy and paste, but it's actually more hassle than it's worth. So just crush stone. There we are. Okay. So with that down, well, I guess I should do the inputs as well. And there we go. Okay. Maybe I prematurely optimized here a little bit, because actually this is only half of them. I wanted to do that and then that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 16 total, which should be more than enough. Like, there's no way we're hitting that much, I guess, is a better way of saying it. This is definitely future-proofing just for the sake of future-proofing at this point. One thing I haven't really considered is how I want to deal with all the crushed stone that we're going to accumulate, and I guess probably the best way is to just have a dedicated load station. So maybe just one more station like here, and then have crushed stone trains, because you don't necessarily want to turn all of the crushed stone into stone, because we do use some of it to make mineral water. Yeah, we'll come back to that idea. We'll just have the crushed stone kind of go that way for now. And then the crushed ore can come this way. I believe what we want to do after crushing is... I think it's always flotation next, and then sort. I don't think there comes up... I don't think there winds up being another thing in the way of that. Like if I come up here... So, Bobmonium ore, you crush it. Yes, it can only be used in these recipes. Yes, so that's correct. Then you can only be used in these recipes. So you either get sorted into something, you get melted down into sludge, or you become a crystal. That happens, of course, after flotation in a leaching plant. Between the leaching plant and sorting, you would want a whatever you are, or refinery, and then sorting. Okay. So that is purple science. I can't do that quite yet. So that is a whole nother step. So there are 2 steps between flotation and sorting. So I do need to leave room for those. But between crushing, there is nothing between crushing and flotation, so it's safe to just throw those together. Let's say I put this, like, here. Of course, need to change all the recipes around, but no biggie. Now what I'm thinking, though, is... Ooh. This is... I believe it was 30 a second? I think that's the capacity here, was 30 a second? Flotation cell 1s. Can I make a flotation cell 2 yet? No. I'm willing to bet I probably can soon, however. Flotation 2... Yes, very soon. Would not be that difficult to start heading in that direction. fact, might as well queue it. That brings the crafting speed up to 1, as opposed to 0.75. So not a big boost, so I shouldn't really rely on it too much. So, that said, if we did have it, that turns it into 1 per second, which makes this a lot easier. I would need 30 of them to keep up with this. Putting those in there. So yeah. That's a lot of flotation cells. So, I'm trying to think the best way to do that. Let's get rid of these right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's 6 of them. So I would need 5 of these modules. Wow. Okay. Let's do something kind of like that, and then we'll mess with the pipes themselves later. Anyway, you, and then there. 1, 2, 3. And then the same thing there. And then 1, 2, 3. And the same thing there. So that's how much flotation it requires to match that much crushing. That's quite a lot. Can't lie. That's quite a lot. Not gonna bother trying to balance the splitting here or anything, because this is a matter of throughput. So even if I just split like here, and then half goes in and half goes this way, and then we split again and again and again, it doesn't matter because we aren't able to consume that much this way. So it's not really a matter of balance, it's just not going to, you know, we need this much to consume that much ore, basically. There we are. You still need power, of course. Is there any better way to do this? Literally no. Okay. Cool. Maybe if I change this around a little bit. I do have to wonder if this is any better. I mean, it works. And you know, if it works, what can you say? That. There we go. I do have to get that. Ooh, of course we have to get the output out of the machine. It's not enough to just, you know, throw stuff into it. Let's pull the bots back for just a minute. I really don't want them placing all these random belts and stuff. Or, not belts, pipes. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I guess we'll just match it over on this side. That's right where the belt's gonna be. And then one more doesn't fit. Awesome. Okay, we can do that. That's not terrible. Okay, I can live with that. And we'll probably want to output down since there's no room up top, so we'll just run that down. And then whatever this is, I want to flip it horizontally and do exactly the same thing on the other side. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. I guess we'll just have to do that. And then horizontally again, and this time they can just butt up like that, that's fine. And I think we just copy this whole thing and do it one more time. I think that works. And now, bots back on. Let's see how this plays out. While the bots shoot through this, let's go look at the base, just see how things are doing. There is no science, because there's no blue science. There's no blue, because there's no red circuits. We're actually full on the circuit boards this time. There's no transistors, that's a new one to be out of. Where are we out of you? Because there's no plastic. That's a scary thing to be out of. I don't like being out of plastic. Just because we're out of that fuel oil, or rather we're full on fuel oil. Why has this never been built? I guess just because there's no green circuits? All the green circuits get eaten before they make it up there? Where are the green circuits going? Into accumulators? It looks like the accumulators should be full. Okay, no, this last one on the end is still producing, okay. But we are getting some green circuits. They're just going into this before they can go into this. Which is fine. I mean, if this were swapped the other way, then we'd just be waiting on this one while we have an abundance of this one, so... That's not really a problem. Can I be funny? I can be funny. Let's just get the bots to solve this problem for me. Come on. I know you can do it. There's one. One little guy. That's... okay, there's two. I have like almost 1,000 construction bots. I guess they're all on the southern half of the base. Come on, guys. You can do a little better than that. Okay, there's one. There we go. And how many do we need? 5. Okay. Well, fortunately, there's the group. Okay, that's better. Okay, there's some roboports coming in, finally. Yeah, we're missing 40 roboports, believe it or not. I'm just hoping that they come over and place this specific one so that we can get this little setup over here done. In fact, there's like 3 roboports that have to go up over here, so... I don't know, maybe I shouldn't hold my breath for it, but it would be really cool if we could start burning off some of this fuel oil. Would be nice. But while I'm waiting for that, I will just continue working on this. This does need to get done. Something's not quite right there. Some part of that copying pasting got a little bit confused. Okay, so if we consider this an input belt, you come in, fantastic, good, and then the output is here. You have no input. That's what the problem is. Okay. I keep trying to butt the pipes together, and then when I do that, I do kind of forget that they also need an item. There we go. And just keep it coming along. Is that correct? No. That's why you didn't look right. Okay. Well, you are an input. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5, but we don't want this last one. Okay. Finally, I think that design could not possibly be wrong. That was an incredibly safe way to build that. I think we are fine. Let's start clearing out some of these trees. There. Just being nitpicky. Anyway. I'm trying to think how we're gonna get the fluids handled. Not all of these produce the same sort of wastewater, so we can't necessarily just bundle them all together. But I don't want to do a separate train for all of them either. Like, I can't imagine having that many fluid trains just roll up, you know? So I'm trying to think, do I want, like, on-site processing for all of this? Is that just part of handling an ore? Why are you not level? Okay, one more time, I guess. I will, Yeah, like, what even happened? Power pole's correct, okay. The thing itself is just off by one somehow. Which does mean you also are off by one somehow, but that's no big deal to fix. Okay. So like I was saying, like 3 times now, with flotation, there are 2 more stages before we get to sorting. But I don't know how big those stages need to be, which is part of the reason why I didn't want to jump ahead to this quite yet, but I really feel like we have no choice. We really need to expand the ore situation. So, just giving myself as much room as I feasibly can. Let's start laying out where the sorters will go. And I suppose I can look at speeds to try and get an idea of how much room to leave this stuff. Like, maybe it would be better to look at recipes instead. So, you are... Yeah, crushed sapphirite, purified water, 2 seconds. And then you and the leaching plant are also 2 seconds, with a speed of 0.75 until we upgrade you. Okay. So each leaching plant matches 1-to-1 to a washing plant. That's good to know. And then if we do a purify run through the ore refinery, that is also a 2-second recipe. Okay. Ore refineries, as I thought, are a fair bit larger. I'm not entirely sure we will always want to do the full stack, though. I don't know if we will always want to do the full, like, refining process. But on the assumption that we do, that means we would need 3 times this much space set aside, and a little bit more than that because the others, the ore processing plant is a little bit bigger. So I think what makes sense is to go, not green wire. So bots off. Grab this. So there's 1. There's 2. And then there's 3. So that would be the edge of processing. If we did go, like, full bore on it. We could also go down. I'm just trying to keep this within the same space as what this one would have. So, if you can imagine, that fitting in that space right there. You know, it's not exactly cramped yet, but we don't have a lot of vertical room to explore. So that's why I'm saying would, even if we wanted to be optimistic, it would probably be a little more like that. And that's a pretty big setup, you know? So let's do that and say that that is where the edge of the last refining step will likely take place. And then aim to have sorting after that. I do have to come in and hook all these up. Not that they're running right now or anything, of course, but it doesn't make much sense to leave this half configured here. And kind of bring this up. Bring these in. And just... I guess if these all output to one side of the belt, and these all output to one side of the belt, then I could do that, and no productivity would be lost at all. Probably want to underground there, actually. Just help escape. There we go. And I am out of belt. Okay. There you are. So this is the input coming in. So we could split here and there. Yeah, there's not really any other good way I could do that, I don't think. That's not even terribly unreasonable. It's, you know, not perfect, but it's fine. And then I believe that's the last one, so you can just get a direct input, and then this is the last output. So we start bringing these in and over. That. Probably just merge those together. Maybe even just merge the whole thing together. I don't really know. And then that just continues way over that way. Until we're past the last processing step. And then we can start sorting in this area, and there's biters right there. Nearly just walked right into them. Yeah, once you start building at scale, you start to realize just how much map clearing you have to do. So I suppose I will go grab the tank and just blow those few nests out. I believe I left the tank up here. I can even drive the tank over to me, which is quite nice. As long as I have radar coverage. I do, because roboports give radar coverage now. That's so nice. I have to stick pretty close to the rails that I've laid, otherwise I'll lose coverage, but that shouldn't be any real issue. I do love this remote driving feature. It's so nice. Oh, there's a pond, I guess. Didn't really look like I was gonna hit that, but okay. Not really sure where I am. Okay, there I am. And, let's just see where that is. There we are. Please don't hit anything. Hi there. Okay, so let's see. There's our shells. We are full on shells, which is nice to see. Save the bots a little work. Bust through a tunnel. Bust through a rock. Ooh, 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 ooh. That is a lot of guys. And I might like to have a fallback point. So, let's say bots back on. And, wonder how many times I have to cycle backwards through my things until I can get those turrets. I wonder if they're still in there. Okay. Didn't think so. Let's just set it up again. So let's grab a couple turrets. Like that. And, there we are. Okay. And I'll just do that. And then take the whole thing. There we go. I have no ammo? Oh no, I do. There we go. Okay, just wanted to set up a little fallback point in case things get a little hairy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Bot should be off. Ooh, whoopsie. I think I just lost like pretty much all of my bots there. Okay, that's all the nests. Let's just fall back for right now. Yeah, that was just about all of them, and they took my repair packs with them. Awesome. Not that I, like, super need them, but it would be cool if I could just patch the tank up real quick. Okay, there we go. And since it's just worms left, I think I'll use red ammo. Yeah, there we go. Oh, looks like there's a little more down here. Oh, and down here. Okay. Well, it's a shame I just lost all of my bots, because I would actually really like to be able to walk those turrets forward, but I guess that's not going to happen. Let's just try and take these guys out carefully. I mean, it's not a large nest. Let's just not make any mistakes. Okay, there's those guys. And go away. Okay. Not too bad, but not too great either. Can't say it was a shining example of how to handle the situation. Oh yeah. There you are, guys. Okay. I guess while I have the tank, I'll go ahead and clear out the biters to the south as well. Just make a time of it, you know? Ooh, that is a big base. That's a lot of worm. Let's do this again. And okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, okay. I knew that was gonna happen at some point. Usually, I'm not gonna lie, there's a split in the Factorio community on when you die, whether you respawn and just take the loss, or if you load the last autosave. And I am personally a load the last autosave person. Not even just because of, like, lost stuff or anything. I don't know. I don't like the idea of respawning, I guess. I like the idea that, like, if you die, then you've done something wrong and you go back. Maybe some people find that not fun? I don't know. I don't really know how to explain that thought process while also playing the game, but generally I'm a oh, I died, I go back kind of a Factorio player. I'll uh probably go do exactly the same thing again, actually. Gonna say I'll probably leave them well enough alone and just continue my designs up here since they're out of the way, but they are actually, like, right next to where I want to be building, and that's not very cool. So I will actually need to go take them out. Just maybe with a little more poise and attention this time. And maybe I won't leave my robots on this time. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a lot. Do love the sniper turrets. Sniper turrets are pretty awesome. Wow, those do a lot of damage. Without the shield on the tank, they would have just chewed through this like 12 times over. There we are. Allow the bots to repair the tank. There they go. And round 2. The guns for a second. Clear them, clear them. Okay. Okay, there we go. I noticed the problem is that we're past just big biters, and there are a few huge biters in there. So they hurt. They hurt a lot. Oh, I just turned off my robots, but actually I would quite like them to deconstruct these guys. The walls, at least. The gun turrets I can handle, they got ammo and stuff in them, but I would like them to be able to handle the walls. Okay. Well, there's that taken care of. I wish, kind of like a Spidertron, that I could just park this here somewhere and tell it to at least travel in a straight line somewhere. Just navigate it part of the way back to base. Oh yeah, I have absolutely no resources on me anyway. I guess it's not a bad idea to just ride you back to base and park you somewhere. I've got to go supply up anyway. Well, those 40 roboports that we needed is down to 36. Not exactly a blinding pace, but I guess we're knocking it down some. Nope, nope, nope. But yeah, I wanted to go this way. This is the shorter path. Still turret creeping the big biters. I mean, that's more or less what I'm doing. I'm just tank-assisted turret creeping, really. Because whenever the biters really come after me, they could tear this tank, well, did tear this tank to pieces in seconds. So, if I'm not careful, I really do have to turn back and hide behind the turrets. There we are. Guess I'll go ahead and restock you while I'm here. Just... there we go. And there we go. Even there. And then vice versa. I suppose I can come over... oh, I have no radar coverage, of course. Gonna start planning things out, but I guess that's not quite gonna work. Maybe I should make a couple radars in that case. Oh, I have absolutely no steel. Okay. Oh, wow, look. I heard that. I didn't even see that. I heard that explosion. Oh. I guess I stand here for a minute while all the bots just kind of slowly trickle in with stuff for me. Guess that gives me the opportunity to look around the base and see if there's any problems I need to take care of. Like, copper, good. Iron, good. How about tin? Tin, good. Very nice to see. Okay. Science, backed up? Science backed up. How about blue science? Red chips, of course. Transistors. Plastic. Okay, still plastic. Okay, still just haven't built this. I wish there was a way I could, like, priority place this. Be like, hey, build this first. Doesn't really seem like there's any way to do that, though. We are still 36 robots short, or roboports short. Which I'm not really sure why, actually. Is it still green circuits? Green circuits. No solder? Why would there not be solder? Because there's no lead? Why is there no lead? That's concerning. Silicon's backed up. Okay, awesome. Yeah, my silicon grabbing setup over here is storing silicon, but it's behind the lead. So I guess that makes sense. What could I use silicon in? I guess I can take the buffer off this chest here. Step one. If I had more iron, I guess I'd be making more steel. In that case, if I need to use up more silicon, I can... I already changed you to the silicon recipe. Okay. I am one step ahead of myself, clearly. Yeah, this is pretty slow going, and I'm trying to figure out what I can do to just boost it a little bit, but it really is fighting me at every step of the way, it feels like. What is this? Okay, this one's glass. Am I using glass for anything? Only solar panels, but that's a little counterproductive because solar panels consume a huge number of green circuits themselves. How's this? Okay, we do definitely have green circuits in there. 45 per. So that's 900 green circuits-ish. We have 500. I could give just a little boost. Not a tremendous boost, but a little. Oh, it's steel for you at least. Oh, and steel up here. What? Why is steel low? Well, at least with the temporary stopgap that I did up here to start storing silicon, some of that has started moving, so we should get a little bit of lead going. Yeah, just a little. Just a little. Like, iron is backed up. That's not something I've seen this entire playthrough. And yet, there's no iron ore coming this way. Ah, copper. Of course. Of course copper would be the problem. Yeah, that's a spicy meatball right there. I don't really know what to do about that. Copper is backed up. And so there's no steel. This is why I wanted a bigger, more dedicated ore area. That's difficult. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to do about that. How could I produce steel without also accidentally producing copper? Like, if I look in here for Iron ingot, sure. Really want iron ore, though. So, Givelite gives exactly the same, so it's just as much a problem. And then the other ones are just reversed. What are you? Saphirite, Givelite, Rubite. Yeah, there's not really readily available good solutions here. I think what I will just have to do is store more copper in the short term. But that's quite a band-aid fix, just like I'm just storing more silicon to get lead moving again. That's not exactly a great way to do it. But I suppose if it fixes the problem in the immediate future, then that's all I can really focus on right now. So let's see. Thanks, guys. I think what I will do is I will manually go place a RoboPort up in the top left just to kickstart oil again, because everything has kind of ground to a halt due to that oil dying. That seems to be, like, of the utmost importance right now. Yeah, let's see if I can't just kickstart this real quick. How much do you need? One. Literally one. Oh, you also need steel. Okay, just have some. Thank you. Thank you. And one more. Just have some. Okay, one more. Okay, awesome. Now I will go and manually place you in the top left corner. Just because I'm kind of tired of that not being there. Okay. Personal bots on. You can do it, guys. Another temperate tree. Just swimming in those now. There we go. There, finally. Okay. I'm trying so hard. There we go. Trying so hard not to delete the blueprint again. Come on, you can do it. Okay, very nice. That should finally allow all that through. I don't think there's any water in here yet, but it should be on the way. Yes, okay. Finally, I set this up like, I don't even know, like 3 hours ago or something, I think. Missing a single pipe. Just... really? There. Please begin burning the solid fuel, thank you. Okay. With the solid fuel burning, that should now begin lowering the fuel oil. It has indeed. Very nice. Okay. Now, yes, all of the oil processing is kicked back to life. Everything should be running again. Okay. Today has been a day of nothing but distractions, it seems. But now that we are not dying of multiple different ore deficits, and we are kind of producing steel again, and kind of producing lead again, let's get back to the ore processing area. Yay! I don't know, this has been another one of those days where it's like, I feel like I've probably done a lot, but it's not the specific things I wanted to do, so I feel like I haven't accomplished anything. And I don't know, I start to not burn out in the sense of like don't want to continue, but like it does wear on your stamina to have to keep bouncing around between different ideas and different concerns and all. I feel like I've been putting out fires for 6 hours. So let's take the tank this time. I was trying to remember where I left the big construction bus, and I think that's just like up here somewhere. Wasn't it? I've lost the massive construction bus. Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you do still have quite a lot of materials in you, which I could make use of if I need to construct more stuff, which is kind of the concern I was thinking about. Like, if I need to build more stuff, like more rails or an outpost or something, I do have that still. So even with the base being a little unreliable at the moment, I do still have that. I'm heading for this little land bridge once again, right through this way, and I think it's time I clear some of these cliffs. They're just in the way, I don't like them. The personal bots can catch up. That is every session with this mod for me. Yeah, fair. I do, on the days when I can do the things, when I can focus in on the things that I want to do and get them done, incredibly rewarding. On the days where I feel like I'm being pulled in 9 different directions, I start to get a little frazzled. I forget you know, exactly what I'm doing or why I'm doing it or where I'm going or, you know, and sometimes I just have to take a breather, step back, and figure out what I'm doing and why. So, ore comes in, it gets washed, leave room for lots of processing. There's even sapphirite right here, funny enough. I could even just type this over. Um, let's actually go get the big crawler construction bus thing, because there are some cliffs in the way, and I don't actually, for whatever reason, I should probably remedy that. I don't personally request cliff explosives. There we go. Probably made a poor choice in watching you half the day, working on my map half the day, only to be scheduled to stream it for 3 hours later tonight. Well, you know, I think that's, rather than a poor choice, I think that's the best choice. Like, you know, how could it get any better? You're gonna be so prepared. Please charge. Thank you. Okay, you can go place all those inserters, I guess. That's cool too. Alright, let's just punch our way over here and start clearing some of these cliffs, because that's really what I wanted you for. Just like all of these, just gone, please. Make sure to pick up all the little purple orbs. Go. Why did you chase me to pick up belt? How confusing. Okay. Are you just not in range, or? Okay, there you go. Okay. Wanted to make sure I didn't pick up bots that were actually going to that guy. Anyway, let's get more stuff put away. So, that's kind of a blurry edge. Like, we're not really sure exactly that that's gonna be good enough, but let's just say that it is. And then we have sorters over here. So you process 6 and 1.5. If we have 30 coming in, 30 is just kind of the arbitrary number I decided on 3 hours ago or something, then that's going to be 5. But for symmetry's sake, let's say 6, which is actually exactly what I have back in the main base. So then I'm trying to decide if I like the way that I do it in the main base, and I think I do. I think I do. So actually, let's just copy it rather than reinventing the wheel. Well, okay, that's actually not a consistent design what I have in there, and it still uses wooden power poles, so maybe I will reinvent the wheel just a little bit. And then here's your input. And let's get those inserters in. Leave room for power. And then inserters for you. And inserters. Let's actually move all that down one. This makes a little more sense. grab all of that, and you also get to go here. Yes. And then I guess I'll also do... Oh, not that. Horizontally flipped. Yes. And yes. Okay. Very good. So here's the input. I'm guessing I picked up the tiny orb and it didn't just get like magicked along the belt somewhere. I'm gonna call this my input line. At least I think I actually did this as an input line. In you go. And out you go. Okay. We're finally kind of back into more or less familiar territory. Don't do that. So keep in mind, even though we are very, very far from the train station, we do still kind of have to work within the narrow confines here, because then there'll just be basically an exact copy of this right above it. So we do want to be somewhat careful, which is another reason why I will probably try to tap this resource patch. It does have an infinite patch in the center, which is a little cumbersome. Maybe I'll just have to like go around it. I don't really know. Yeah. I don't really know. Anyway, this is going to spit out ore. Very cool. And ore I will throw into ore processors. How high is this? Like, let me just do that. And that'll kind of mark my maximum height. So right at the bottom edge of the patch. In that case, since I do have so much more vertical room to play with, I will probably put the ore processors just like right here. Especially since I am already overbuilding, like this is already over maximum production, then we are perfectly fine to do this. This is going to be iron, yes, but also copper, and later on other things as well. So I am trying to be a little careful. This should be fine. Maybe I'll do different things on different sides. Maybe that's a little more reasonable. And that can help help sort them out. Okay, I actually don't like that because then the ore just flows past if we're not consuming it fast enough. So what if instead I had a filtered split here? Let's say this first split is for copper. And then we can have another filtered split on the other side for iron. And then we get the ore processors out here. So iron and copper. That is copper, right? Yes, okay. So you take 2 per second. We have, let's just say 6 per second, even though that's not really true. So then we want 3 of you. And then 2 of you, because technically we'd want 1.5, but you can't really have 0.5 of a machine, so there we have it. You also put out silicon and... which one? Nickel? Do I have silicon or nickel? No. Okay. I'm sure I will. I'm sure those are just waiting in the tech tree somewhere. I just have not gotten to them yet. And since I haven't gotten to them yet, then they, you know, they basically don't exist. There we are. And yeah, I can just connect like that. That's no problemo. I'm trying to see if I'm actually happy with this idea, but I guess I could continue the line past this and then have it go and buffer somewhere. But I'd probably rather buffer the processed copper than the copper ore. That just seems reasonable. Same deal on the iron. I'd rather buffer the processed iron than the just iron ore itself. Some things do require just copper or iron ore, though, now that I think about it. Like, there are some catalyst recipes and things like that that require just copper and iron ore, which means we actually don't want all of our iron and copper ore. But you know what? I'll figure that out later. Let's just get this working for now. So coming down the middle is going to be slag, silicon, and nickel. We'll worry about that later also. This is a little difficult. I think what I might do is, rather than processing them, maybe after I get to this point and run them through sorting and everything, maybe at this point they get loaded onto trains again, and I have a different, separate smelting area. That way I can just train in ores and use trains almost like logistic spots. So, you know, you don't have a sapphirite train. The sapphirite train brings things here. What leaves here is an iron ore train or a copper ore train, and so on, so on, so on. And I don't necessarily know that that's a perfect choice, but I think it is a good choice. Yeah, I think I kinda like that. I think I kinda like that. I want to avoid these natural gas patches that is building on top of them. Just because I will need natural gas soonish, I assume. Let me grab this right here. And go like way over here. How is this? How are you? Okay. That is pretty much perfect. I think we might lose one natural gas spot if I do this. I really don't care. I will leave a little room just for safety's sake, and then we will turn like so, and then have train stations up this way. So maybe it's a good thing that I brought the big construction bus, because it seems like we're gonna need them. while that's going on, let me check the main base just once again and see how everything's going. So, what are you? You're silicon. Okay, so you're moving at least. Lead. Lead is not moving. Why is lead suddenly so fussy? Well, there's no lead ore. That's one compelling reason. What happened? Crystal slurry backed up? Really? Wow. Already, huh? Oh, man. One of the things I like most about this mod pack is the ability to make landfill really easily. Yeah. Lots of landfill is pretty cool. Like, landfill pretty much as a byproduct is pretty nice. Like, you can't help but to make landfill. Hmm. Ah, okay, that's why there's two. This one's a coal filter, this one's a ceramic filter. And then this one produces mineral sludge, and this one produces crystal seedling. Maybe I just need to come over and start doing that. This has been the day of half-finished projects after all, so why not start one more half-finished project? It would be cool if I could remotely drive the crawler. That would make it... Like, it's already very nice for construction projects. Like, look at it go. But if I could just leave and go take care of base stuff, and then also have it, like, just nudge it along and have it build rails, that would also be phenomenal. Yeah, I think I do have to go take care of that. Completely depleted resource patch. I don't even know where that could be, honestly. I don't even know which resource patch that could be. I left a tank around here somewhere, right? Yeah, okay. I'm not even sure riding in the tank is any faster than me running with the power suit now, but oh no, at least I get to plow through the trees if they're in my way. Okay. Where do we want to go? Nope, not this way. We want to go... Mostly just follow the tracks, I guess. That's pretty much the shortest path at this point. Maybe this little clearing I can turn up, actually. This little clearing, that being my, my oil outpost, that I've actually still to this day never put a radar in, and let's just get sidetracked on our sidetrack on our sidetrack and go put a radar in here. I can even make a radar too, look at that. In you go. And back in the tank, okay. Alright, so now the eternal question. Do I just throw another couple tanks on there and just continue buffering the slurry, or do I actually start using it in something? One of them is clearly the correct choice, and one of them is, easy. How are you? Okay, fully stocked, more or less. It must have been... It must have been something about this Bobmonium patch that triggered the user resource patch thing, even though there's some of the Bobmonium left. That's the only thing I can assume. Unless... No, because there's definitely ore left over here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Crystal stuff. Let's go look at it. So, once again, we can make mineral sludge or crystal seedling. Crystal seedlings are used to make the gems, and the gems are cool and all, but the only thing that gems are used in is this long recipe chain that results in cut gems or alien artifacts. Don't really need the alien artifacts for anything, and the cut gems are only used in lasers and I think modules. Yeah, productivity, efficiency, okay. So maybe dipping into whatever crystals I need for the first tier or two of lasers aren't a bad idea, and that'll start using up some of this stuff. But that's a long processing chain, and I don't really feel like getting into all that right now. So I think I'm just gonna throw another couple tanks on it. Let's see how long that backlog takes to clear, as the bots continue to fill me with more stuff anyway. Okay, there they go. They've more or less started being able to empty out. Yeah, okay, we've got a little movement, so things should start up again. And of course, it was the two resources that we needed, namely lead and tin, the ones that have been giving me trouble for the last hour or so. Well, there goes more red circuits, at least. How are roboports? Still blocked on green circuits. Okay. And what are green circuits blocked on? Solder. Okay. Still lead? Still lead. Oh, it's just on a gigantic belt and it hasn't made it over yet. I forgot the giant serpentine route that it has to take to make it over to the sorters, so I guess it'll be a minute. Let's see. I feel like I want to get one more thing done. I want to get one thing done tonight before I can confidently call it a night and be like, yeah, that was a good day. I just don't even know what that one thing is. I want to get one more thing. So I have kind of a setup for crushers, washers, sorters. And then I guess what I can do is I can get the train station set up to load the different ores onto. I really don't like that these ore patches are here. That's like right in the way. let's turn off personal bots. There we are. There you go. Okay. So let's go set up those, some of the ore train stations. And after that, I think I will probably call it a day. I've replaced having to run up and down my base to gather supplies and stuff with now having to drive halfway across the map to, to set up train stuff. Funny how it takes about the same amount of time even though the distance is like 3 times bigger. Maybe a little more than 3 times. Maybe... maybe like 10 times. Alright, here we go. And let's try and make this nice if possible. So where does this wind up going? Okay. It does go like right through these ore patches, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think I will... I'm thinking. Yeah, I think I will move this. Just, you know, one more down. And then have the tea. Kind of forgot I wasn't in map view. When I started actually moving like that, I was a little thrown off. Here, let's do that. And then there we are. So let's say iron, copper. Silicon, nickel. That's all I remember off the top of my head. And then things that are produced by all of them. Like, all of them have slag, and all of them have some sort of, all of them need purified water, and all of them have some sort of liquid waste and all. I believe that will probably be handled on site here, rather than trying to offload that onto a train awkwardly. That just seems like the right move to me. Oh, I keep getting the front and back of this guy mixed up. I always think the back is the front. Might be worth it to cut some of these trees out. Just so we can see a little easier. Wonder how you're doing on fuel in here. Burning through wood, okay. Well, we do have solid fuel in your inventory. So maybe what I'll do is... that seems reasonable. just kind of laying these last little bits down here, and while that constructs, I suppose I will go ahead and start thinking about this little ore depot. Let's back up just a little bit, make sure you're in range. Yes, okay. There we go. And okay. So I'm not going to do, at least I don't think I'm going to do the exact same setup as I did over here, just because it's big. But I did leave myself the room to do it, so maybe I will. Maybe I will. And by that, of course, I mean the stackers. Little unfortunate that it winds up this way, but whatever. Yeah, sure. Good. We'll just have them this way. Oh, this one got cut off. I guess it was going into unexplored chunks. Let's actually go ahead and fix that. There we go. Those guys can have fun going off over that way, and I am going to come over here and place down the train station, the loading station. There we are. And let's see. You will be iron ore in. Let's go ore. Iron. So, iron ore loading. That. Train limit 3. Yep, all good. Color. The color of iron ore is a little tough, actually, to nail. Like, maybe there is good enough. I think that's fine. Iron ore loading, yeah. Okay. I do still have to make the train. I do want to hook it all up, of course. Let's get these guys in here. Okay. And run the belt over, run the belt over, and run the belt over. Maybe I don't need 3 belts here. Maybe I can condense that a little bit, but oh well, whatever. It's 3 belts now. And so I don't need any of this, really. Oh, don't want to break the sorter. We'll probably just start running this way, and then... Yeah, actually it's total overkill to have this much. I'll probably do something more like that. And, let's see. So, 50, 25. Yeah, that's already too little. Trying to do even to odd splits always kind of breaks my brain. I wonder if I have one. Like, do I just happen to have one? Is that a blueprint or a blueprint book? Oh, that's just a blueprint, okay. A lot of times I keep a blueprint book of balancers like that. But apparently not right now. General idea is that you split it as if there were 4 inputs, and then loop one of them back in. At least I believe so. And then this one comes down here, and like that. And that should mostly keep these even. Just because you do want to evenly load your trains, you know, it is an important thing where if one car is fully loaded and then you're still waiting on some other car to load, then you're just losing time, basically. And let's run this over here. You come down, and in you go. Except that's only for iron, so let's actually break that. Oh, hello there, little guy. Where are you going? Thought you might be mine. So you, filter, iron to the right, and over you go. And that's quite a buffer for iron ore, and we're going to do that for each of the ores, so that should be quite a better way to buffer all of the, you know, coppers and silicons and different things that have been giving us trouble. That's a lot more wiggle room to play with. Especially considering this is just the loading station, and there will also be an unloading station somewhere. So that's a lot of buffer to fill. Might even just copy that so that when I come up here and put a station down. Yeah, I really don't like this being right on top of this Jivolite patch. That's... like, I could just remove this one, and, like, just start with this one up here next. It just doesn't feel right. Can I, blueprint with train stop cannot be flipped. Okay. What if I copied everything but the train stop? Which does mean from back here. Then vertically. Okay, that does work. Yeah, that's fine. And, do I still need one more rail? I think I might. No, that's enough rail. I just need the train stop. Okay. And this is going to be Hopper. There we are. And copper's kind of like right around in here. Yeah, that's close enough to copper, I think. And then we'll just continue doing this as we go up. Let's actually go ahead and get that belt laid in. And then the thing about these train stops, of course, is that they're not going to be specific to just steer tight or anything like that. Every time some part of this process somewhere creates some copper ore, we just route it down here to the copper ore station and it gets whisked away. Alright, and that's 2 of our stations done. The other one, I guess I should probably connect you. The other ones are silicon and nickel. Let's get silicon and nickel done. Go ahead and copy that. So let's see. You can be silicon. Let me go to copper here because I didn't put a space in front of it, and that kind of thing bothers me. There we go. So now, silicon. Change your color to pretty much just white. Yeah, as white as you will go. That is silicon. Oh, God. That's a problem. I was left-clicking with the fish. Oh, and I hit respawn too. Alright. Like I said, I'm more of a an autosave kind of guy than a respawn kind of guy. Everyone is free to have their own opinions on that, but that's just how I do it. Unless it's funny. The rule of funny definitely prevails there. So, okay. Guys, maybe now is not the time to go trying to build the rail. Like, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but let's just tone it down a little bit. And nearly there. Okay, fantastic. Once again, the sniper rifle, just the best item. Just the best. Alright, bots back on. And of course you fly off and go build the rail. Okay. What is even next? What do we got? Oh yeah, I was gonna build silicon. Do I have the thing copied? No. Let's just copy that. I thought so. That's not correct. How did I copy that wrong? Okay, that one's correct at the very least. Alright, one more time. Silicon. Yep, all good. And, okay, fortunately this one is ore, not biters. That is a welcome change. Let's walk up this way, just make sure the chunks generate, so that I can paste the blueprint into them. And there's no more, like, biter surprises. Lots of cliffs, okay. Wondering what the red was. Anyway, you... There you are. And... I actually can't even tell where this connects. Let's check on the base just one more time, see how everything's going. Green science is backed up. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Green circuits are barely moving because of solder, but solder exists, at least. Like, it does seem like we are making solder. Yeah, okay. We are... That's just how quickly we're making solder. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have a casting machine 2 to upgrade you to, but you know what? I will go ahead and just craft one. I literally already have one. In the trash slot you go. Next time I walk home, you'll get your upgrade. And solder will be just that little bit faster. Anyway, this is all cleared. So I can put that down. Or at least I can if I hold the right buttons. The last one, I think was nickel, but I've gotten this wrong before, to tell you the truth. Nickel ore comes from sapphirite, yes. Okay. All good. So then, you are nickel. And your color's kind of a funny blue-green. Maybe even more green than that. Yeah, like somewhere around in here. Nope, too green. Too far. Like right in there, I think. It's not a perfect match, but it's close enough. And like I said before, I'm not going to put like slag on the trains or anything. There's another desert tree. That'll maybe be helpful. Possibly. So, since I'm not putting, you know, slag or anything on there, that should be all for now. Once I start having to do washing or you know, beyond washing, then we'll pick up a couple more ores, but that just means we need a couple more train stations. And it's not like this is an exhaustive list anyway. We still need, you know, probably 10 different ore types beyond here. Like, we're not counting the alloys or anything, because that's all part of smelting, but we still need, you know, lead and nickel and aluminum and tin and silver and zinc. So there's quite a few more ores to come. So this will be quite a tall stack, which is part of why I was being so careful with my spacing here. Because I wanted to make sure I did get all the room I need in here to do all the different washing and processing steps, and leave room for all of the train stations, and all the routing to get it into the train stations. Which won't necessarily be easy. Oh, we've made pretty good progress on the roboports in the last hour or so. It was 36 or so, now it's down to 7. Maybe that doesn't sound like very good progress, but hey, it was stuck for a long time, so I'll take something that isn't 36. Yeah, we still need more green circuits. I mean, it's Factorio, you always need more green circuits, but at least now we're actually making those green circuits. Wonder where the nearest logistics is this way. Where did I leave the tank? Where did I leave the tank? Because this is the oh, that's the tank. Well, where's the where's the crawler then? Crawler is over here. Okay. I don't know how horrible this would be to implement, but if there are any of the mod authors that happen to ever catch this, I had an interesting idea for a module or an equipment that can go in a car. Assuming this doesn't already exist, it very well might, because I think it's a simple idea, so more than likely I think it's either impossible, stupidly hard, or already implemented. But I think it would be really interesting to have a module you can slot into the equipment grid that just gives a little bit of radar coverage. That way, like, this car over here, for example, I would just be able to see. The only exception, like maybe where that could be overpowered or something, is the remote driving of the tank. So, I don't know, maybe it only works when the vehicle's stopped or something. Yeah, it was just literally a thought I had as I was leaving and couldn't see my car, so that's about as far as I've thought into it. I'm going to drive all the way back home, park somewhere within logistics, and probably call it a night, assuming there are no other major crises that need dealing with. So, again, I've already said this, but this was definitely a setup day. Why is there a logistics spot out here? I guess that makes sense. If I crossed into the logistics zone out here, he probably started flying all the way out here to me, which is ridiculous, but that is how bots are. Oh yeah, look at all of them. Oh, they're so sad. They're so sad. I'm sorry guys, I would place you roboports, but we are very roboport poor. This may say we only need 7 more, but that's only 7 within current coverage. As soon as you start expanding coverage, you're going to quickly find we need a lot more than 7. How's power? Kind of holding up. Not too bad. Did we ever make any number of solar panels? We got 170. That's not really anything, but it's more than nothing, I guess. Maybe getting some accumulators down wouldn't be a terrible idea, but I already have a steam store of power. And that does seem to work decently well, I think. Anyway, looking around, it doesn't seem like there's any, like, life or death struggles going on right here. Everything seems to be at least kind of running. You were replaced by a casting machine too, that's nice to see. Power is suddenly awful. God knows why. Well, we are pulling 20 megawatts on RoboPorts right now. I guess that's all the robots suddenly coming to resupply me. Yeah, we are almost triple our maximum power right now. Oh yeah, look at all of them. Look at them go. Yeah, we do have over 1,000 logistics bots in the system now, and they are all active. Every single one. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Glared. I'll see you on the next one too. I'm taking my wind down long and sweet. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a phrase. I'm just I don't know, still a little dissatisfied I didn't get to get the entire thing set up. I guess I'm looking for anything else I can do, but I think I am gonna call it just right here. So thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you in the next one. And the same goes for everyone else who came out. I know not everyone likes to comment. I see the metrics. There's dozens of us. So until the next time, guys, I'll see you later.